stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hey, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Once again, I have missed you guys. We had a whole plan for last week, and it did not come to fruition. Welcome to my life. So thank you guys for being here. We have a lot to discuss. Sleuthy is getting some stuff taken care of, and then she's going to hop up. But for any of you guys who don't know, I live in Southern California, and a lot of Southern California is on fire. So I am lucky that I am not in the path of the fire. I am close to the fires, but we are safe, and it's been kind of, I would say, raining ash in the area that I live in. I know that there's a few of you guys who actually live close to me that I didn't know live close to me and have reached out. So thank you guys. But we are okay. The air quality was really bad for a while. We got some false evacuation notices from the county. It was kind of just chaos. So we are okay. So I am not in the main path of any of the fires. They, basically tell us if the wind shifts, then we kind of have to pay more attention, but we are good. So thank you guys for all checking on me. But it's just been kind of crappy, and obviously it's really crappy for all the people who are losing their homes. I mean, there's massive amounts of homes that are destroyed. I mean, entire neighborhoods are just complete ash at this point. So it is what it is. This is Southern California. We do get a lot of wildfires. We also get some people who like to start some fires. So there has been some arrests. I know quite a few channels have been just like covering the fires in their totality. A lot of movie stars, a lot of rock stars, a lot of TV stars have lost their homes. A lot of, as of last I checked, I think it was 24 people had passed away, but they hadn't been able to go through all the like the rubble yet because not everything is contained. But I say a prayer for anybody that's in that area or in this area, and make sure that you guys are staying inside and breathing the good air and not the outside air, because it's not always the best. All the kids have still gone to school every day. They aren't allowed to do PE. They aren't allowed to do any outside play. They have to eat lunch in the classroom because of the air quality. But everybody's good. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that. And then this week, my husband was actually out of town for a couple of days. He finally got home today, so I'm able to come back on and talk with you guys. And but then this morning, my mom had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance. So it's just like, that's my life in a nutshell. So she's okay. They just won't fucking fix her. I don't know what to tell you about it. But other than that, I'm happy to be here with you guys and to go back to Delphi for a hot minute and go through all these interviews that I planned on doing individually. But of course, life happens. So it is what it is. So I'm going to say hi to you guys real quick in chat. And then Sleuthy, like I said, Sleuthy can come up whenever she wants. So she's ready to go. And then we have like a new interview from Nick McClelland, who interviewed with our lovely, Karen from the Carol Comet. So Karen Comet, I don't know, whatever name she wants to go by at this point. So we have that. We didn't get to discuss the trio of the defense attorneys on Lawyer Lee and the trio of defense attorneys doing the individual interviews on Defense Diaries. We have a juror who came and spoke out. So we've got a ton of shit to cover. So I kind of wanted to narrow it down to basically anything we learned from these interviews that was new. So that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. And if you guys have something that you can think of, let me know. But I don't think we need to rehash all the stuff that we already know happened in trial, or all the stuff that, how they felt about each other. I mean, some of it might be necessary because we did learn that Holman tried to have Baldwin arrested, apparently. So that kind of stuff. But I just want to kind of go over everything that's, the juror interview. I want to go over anything that we learned that we didn't know before. And I think that will probably still take us most of the evening. So thank you guys for being here. Let me say hi to you guys real quick and we'll get started. So what's up, Fiend? Hi, Rochelle. What's up, Hunting Evil? Hi, Legal Lacey. Yo, Adrian. Hi, Alan. Hi, Dina. What's up, Jaletta? Group hug for T and Mom. It's just life. It's just how it goes. Hi, Christy. What's up, KO? Hi, Judge Jessica. What's up, woman doing chaos? Hi, Laura. Have you ever caught the kids playing live streaming in the purple room when you're gone? So my son will use this office only because he likes the 3 monitors. But other than that, we have another desk over here, and so then that's got like the laptop and stuff on it. If you guys were paying attention to the channel a long time ago, you'll know about that desk. What's up, Angel? Hi, Just Deb. Hi, Carla. What's up, Kilt? Hey, Barbies. Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, Richard. What's up, Mar? Hey, True Grit. Did you hear about the asshole dressed like a first responder who was looting? Yes, there was actually a group of them. I know they get arrested, a couple that were dressed up like firemen who were going into the homes and looting. Fucking losers. There's always some of those, though. That's just how it goes. Hi, Dan. Doug Carter paid for that super chat. You better not say that, because then people are going to think I'm getting paid. Unless he paid you and then you're paying me. Does that make me like down the totem pole? I don't know how that works, but thank you. I will enjoy a Starbucks on Doug Carter if that's the case. Why did I think you were a New England girl? I don't know. Did you? What's up, Law Junkie? No, I was actually born in the Midwest, mostly raised in California, moved back to the Midwest, and then back to California. So what's up, Jamie? Adrian, yeah, some of it is arson, and some of it's just like some fires will happen because the one fire is out of control, and then the wind picks up, and then the embers take over, and then they go and they start other fires. So we've had like spot fires, and we did have one like right by the freeway, which if you guys are into police chases, you actually see my house on a lot of police chases because the freeway is right next to my house and they drive by a lot. So if you're really into like the LA area police chases, they're typically going by me. Just FYI. I know. Good times. So what's up, Free Ricky Bay? Hey, Dory. Hey, Christine. Hi, Lindsay. Hey, Laura. Hey, T in chat, quick hop in here to say hi before going to bed. It's past your bed, past 1 a.m., Alan. It's past your bedtime. It's time to go to bed. Susie Q. Hair's getting long, looks great. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I know. It's just I gotta put it back up. I got the scrunchie. What's up, kid?
What you doing?
I'm live. What can I do for you?
Eating with us?
I will eat with you at some point.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Do you know when we're eating?
No, your dad's taking care of dinner.
Are we having
Teriyaki bowls, yeah. Okay. What's up, Sapphire? No power outages where I am, but there has been others in the surrounding areas. What's up, Stephanie? Hey, Chelsea. Let's see. Princess Buttercup. Princess Buttercup. Hey, Sally. Hey, Ariel. Silly goose egg. Silly goose. Silly goose. What's up, Ems? Hey, Chris. Hey, Kat. Not Kat Williams. Let's see. I've been listening, but I have to get a nap before I run tonight. Okay. Well, be careful out there. What's up, Jay? All right. I think that's as back as far as it's going to let me go. So let's go down here and see if there's anybody else that I missed. What's up, Cryptex? Hey, Chansey. Hey, Rusty Nail. Can't wait to hear about the juror interview. Oh, goodness. Hey, between law and laughs, I'm not rehashing, just stating pissed off. Yeah, stupid YouTube never refreshes when the live starts. Fuck you, YouTube. I got you. What's up, Excited Utterance? I was listening to your live while I was setting this one up. The transcripts of that, love, I did KPD with the Detective Benzinger, Kokomo PD at time, Detective Miami County ISP. Keep in mind, one of those 40 cases on their desk was one Libby's 2018 case, Anthony Schatz. Okay. Yeah, you've implicated me now, Dan. Now I'm in. Oh yeah, the Becky Patty interview. I don't know if I really think that was that an interview? I mean, I guess it was but it didn't, I don't know. I didn't feel like there was a lot of interviewing happening. It was more like just kind of a, let's chat. You know, by the 405, over by the 405. What's up, Labrant? Hi, Johnny. My husband was born and raised in the Los Angeles area. He said after any house fire, be sure to check the bushes around the house because some firemen loot as they go and return for the goodies. That's fucking crazy. Hey, Teresa. We'll kind of summarize too. We are going to do some read-throughs. So we still have that. Sleuthy and I have that planned. We have some read-throughs to do. So if you're looking for to not listen to certain channels, I get it. We're going to do the read-throughs like we did with the other Holman interviews. We have those planned, but I wanted to do this first because I feel like we missed a lot. Or on this channel, I was watching it like on R&M, Excited Utterance was going over it. You know, there's a lot of channels going over it, and I was in the chats, so I was able to talk with you guys when, you know, like while it was happening, but we haven't got to like discuss it. And Lawyer, you know, did a live today. I hope that they don't strike him. I don't think they will because he's got over 400,000 subscribers, and you know he's not on their shit list. So I don't think that Murder Sheet will strike him. Not like, you know, me. You know, they don't really like me as much. So they, so yeah, Peter Tragos, he was just playing like some clips of the juror interview. So if you're just looking for some hot clips and you want to listen to that, yeah, definitely head on over to Lawyer You Know. As everybody knows here, I will not be playing Murder Sheet. They don't seem to like that very much on this channel. What's up, R&M? Hey, Chickpea. Because I've been able to drive over to Vegas on the I miss being able to drive over to Vegas on the weekends. We used to do that a lot when I was younger. I could make that trip in like 3.5 hours. I would fly. I'd fly there. I haven't been to Vegas in a long time though. I want to read Denerd. So we are going to do the read-throughs. So if you don't want to listen to the interviews, that's fine. We'll do the read-throughs. I don't know, when Sleuthy gets up, I'll ask her about doing, I don't think we're going to do Becky's though, because I don't think that, I don't think there was anything that really needed to be read through. I don't know. You tell me, Sleuthy.
I don't think Becky's. Are we talking about Becky's with Gray?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that. No, well, I don't think the whole thing needs to be read through. No, but there were a couple things that were interesting.
Okay. Should we talk about those on this live then? Because I'm not going to do a read through of Becky Patty.
No.
I don't even know if I'd be comfortable doing it regardless.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot different doing a Holman than a Becky Patty.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be the reader of Becky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think I want to do that. So, but we're going to do, so what do we have to do the read throughs of? Cicero?
Yes.
The juror.
Mm-hmm.
We have Holman, but Holman on Gray, but I don't know if that's even worth it because it's nothing new. I mean, like we'd be reading the exact same statement. Maybe we can, but
no, it was horrible. No, everything was the same. Also, so I've been saving like the article of Nick and his interview. So even though it's not actually like a video, I've saved those in PDFs to be talked about like they were. Like, but we could do that. We could review that this way too. You know what I mean? The read-throughs are mainly only for ones where it's question, answer. We'll make fun of the person. Not make fun of them, but do our impersonations of the answers and the questions and whatnot, but that's just simply because we can't play them. That's the only reason we're doing the read-throughs. We can't play
Right,
them.
'cause they'll strike us. So like, I'm not going to do a read through of like Baldwin or Rosie on Bob's, because if we have something we want to play, Bob's not going to strike me. So,
Exactly.
not to mention, I don't mind listening to Bob. And I know not everybody here is a fan of Gray Hughes. You know, he's been friends with the family for years, so it's not surprising that Becky would go on his channel. I'm not surprised about it.
I really felt like in general, much of what I saw was Gray talking specifically, rather than Becky. Like I said, there's a couple things that she said that I would bring up, but a majority of it was him. A majority of it was rumors that were said over the years and asking her about it, which I thought was kind of strange. I personally, and I said this to you last night, like I would have said, Becky, it's been 8 long years
Yeah.
and you've not been able to address the public about any of the evidence in the case. What would you like to say? Instead of asking her about her praising the Flora house right before the fires, or people saying, you know what I mean? It just seemed very strange to use that opportunity where she can finally now speak to.
Well, it reminds me a lot of the Holman interviews. It's like that he can now finally talk, and we're going to ask him about the post-its from trial. You know what I mean? Like,
Not
we
the
have,
actual stuff they were gagged over, you
yeah,
know? Yeah.
like we have an opportunity to actually learn something about this investigation and what they did and didn't do, and we're not asking those questions.
Yeah.
I believe that, doesn't Holman have another interview that he was going to do this week, I thought, with
He was
another
going to do
channel?
it with Frank Meister, but he then put up a thing, which I guess was meant to be a copy and paste of maybe an email that Holman sent him saying that basically a new boss was coming in on that Monday and he was told no more interviews for now. So,
Okay, so that got pulled. Okay.
yep.
So maybe later. So okay, so anybody who doesn't know, Doug Carter is officially retired, and they've already named his replacement. So now Holman has a new boss, and so they have to kind of go through all of that with the new administration. The other thing that happened while we weren't on air is that the Delphi police chief got fired for doing some weird shit. I don't even understand why he would even
So
be doing it.
that's a really good. So for me, that whole thing that came up, and to the extent that Nick even felt necessary to put out a statement about it, where he says that basically he's going to review it. He's going to review everything that happened to see if any charges could be brought. And it's like, dude, are you that unaware of where is your place and where isn't your place? Because if you can't tell that that would be a conflict for you, then I'm not sure how you're handling other cases, right? So you can't press
Right.
charges on him. You quite literally, on a bench trial, allowed the man, you asked him a question, you allowed him to perjure himself to a judge who was the only person there, and you let him lie in his testimony, knowing that you were then going to present also the body cam footage that showed it was a lie, and you did it anyway. So it's beyond me that he would then think, oh, well, now I can press charges. Well, sir, you're only now wanting to say that because everybody's up in arms about how you allowed a police officer to sit there and lie to a judge like there wouldn't be any consequences. And when there was consequences, now you're covering your ass. And I just don't see how nobody can see that there's a pattern here of doing whatever is necessary for a conviction, and especially when you're without consequence. Why wouldn't you just keep going? Like if that were Shane Evans, as opposed to Judge, I think it was Hawkins, would anything have been said?
No.
Probably not. And I don't
Okay.
think he got
Some
fired. I
people
think he
don't.
resigned.
Well, okay. He was forced to resign then.
Yeah.
He wasn't done. The Delphi police chief got fired / resigned, forced to resign. So, excited utterance doesn't think he'll get charged. Nick is going to run for judge. We did hear somebody in chat said that Kathy was able to talk to Rick today. Obviously I have nothing to substantiate that, but I do trust the person who's saying it. So, and Any updates on Click? That's a good question.
I think today it got pushed off.
It did?
Yeah, let me look. I think it's got
Okay.
pushed off like 2 months or something.
Let me see. Hey, T, this is the cop who protected the troll who was giving Julie a hard time. Yes. Yes, that is that chief of police. That he was out there at the Delphi courthouse. Yes, KO, you are right. And we were like, that's the police chief. That's the police chief. And he's the one that got fired or resigned. Sorry. Let me see. So somebody asked who Becky actually is. So Becky is Libby's dad's mom. So Libby's paternal grandmother. Argument on the 5th was widely circulated the 9th, and he resigned the 10th because it was public and shit talked. Yeah. Hey, Indiana girl.
Oh, I'm not muted.
No, you're not muted. I'm reading. I was just trying to. There was a bunch of stuff coming through in chat like super quick, and I want stuff I wanted to talk about, but now I lost some of it. So the counterfeit parrot lady. Yes, the royal we. It was the counterfeit parrot lady selling pigeons, saying they were parrots. Namar, spray painted pigeons. Also talked to Snay and Frank. Yes. Yeah, there's counterfeit pigeon parrots. It was a whole thing. When Julie was on, like walking us around the courthouse, this lady thought like Julie was filming her, and like talking shit about her on the phone or something. I don't even remember the exact thing, but she like came up to Julie while Julie was on the live with us. This is when we were waiting for a verdict, and apparently they have a history. And we found out that this lady was selling like fake parrots and had stolen somebody's dog, and it was like a whole thing. And we were like, Sleuthie and I were like, who the hell is that?
Oh, she said I don't even remember what she first said, but then I vividly remember her saying, and what else? I remember hearing her say that. And then I
She was
remember
like,
hearing her say,
she's like, I'm on
you're,
with criminality, and I'm just showing her like the courthouse, and we're just like talking. And she was like,
and she
and what
said,
else? And
you're
what
lucky
else?
the cops are here. You're lucky the cops are here.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she said, you're lucky the cops are here. And then the cops ended up coming up and like talking, and it was, I don't know, it's fucking weird. That lady was, she was an interesting one. Yeah, Angela Hope Tainsley. That's what it is. That's what it was. Recording is public is legal. Yeah, but she wasn't. The thing was, Dan, she wasn't even recording this lady. It had nothing to do with this lady. Nobody had anything to do with her. Nobody was looking at her. Never even paid attention to her. She was like literally just walking us around outside the courthouse and showing
she
us
popped
like
in the frame.
she like purposely came. She like shot
Correct.
straight to Julie. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You talking about us over there? What were you doing over there? And Julie's like, what? No, like I'm just talking on here. It was. I don't know, man.
When she entered the frame, it was because she was coming to confront Julie.
Yes. And then
Otherwise, nobody would have ever knew she was there.
Or I'd do something about it or whatever. And we were like, what?
Bizarro.
Giving Delphi a bad name out there. Okay, what were you looking?
Wasn't that
looking
the
for
same
something which made
day?
me postpone.
Wait, wasn't that the same day that someone else like put a poster in Bob's face, like hit him with the poster?
No, that was a different day.
Oh,
No, it was a different day. But yeah, it was the same concept though. It was just like fucking crazy out there. It was crazy. You were looking up something though. Do I need to wait for you to continue looking that up? I don't remember what you were even looking for anymore.
I don't remember either.
Okay. Great. We're 24 minutes in and we have no fucking idea what we're doing. So.
Well, I was picturing that whole scenario again, how just absolutely absurd it was.
Yeah.
Assault by
She should
poster.
have asked for a manager. Well, she got the chief of police. I guess he technically would have been the manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone hit Bob with a poster board. It was just nuts out there. Yeah, she burgled that child's dog.
Remember, I thought she was selling fake parents.
Yes, you're like fake parents. The heck is she selling fake parents? Like no parrots.
Parents is just as absurd.
I am very close to Long Beach. So if you want to know kind of general area, that's probably the most popular. I'm not in Long Beach, but it's probably the most popular around me. So yes, very close to their Bellingham. Yeah, painted parrots and stolen dogs. It was just, whew, it was Radar's granddaughter's dog. Okay, let's see. Which one should we go to first? Should we go to? Does you want to talk about the juror first? I think that's everybody's like really wants to talk about the juror.
Yeah, we can.
Or should we just go through the defense attorney stuff?
Well, that's a lot longer. There's like more of their stuff than this.
That's true. I was saying at least they weren't rubber ducks. Now that only happens in Massachusetts. That's where the rubber ducks come in. Did Australia wants to know, and I think a couple of people have asked already. You were checking on Click.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Indiana girl. Did the other streams ever get back up? They want an update on your live reaction streams to HTC's Holman interview.
They have not yet. It says, what did it say last night? Final review,
yes,
or something like that.
Yes.
But it's been like that for 2 days, so
it's still like that.
Yes, it was still like that earlier.
Okay, let me see. So yeah, you're checking on Click.
So his
Israel.
canceled final pretrial hearing, canceled jury trial. So the jury trial was set February 18th, 2025. Now the final pretrial hearing / conference is scheduled for April 28th, 2025, and the jury trial is set for May 20th.
Okay. They're still pushing for it then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. They need to discredit him, especially if they end up with going for the appeal or getting a retrial. But I figured something would end up dropping on him though, because it'd be done. They'd be like, nah, we don't really need to follow through with this anymore. We don't care as much because it's not as big of a deal. Almost like, kind of like Mitch Westerman.
So I'm looking at this, and it says, so the judge put in an order, he granted an order. It says, comes now the state of Indiana, and having filed its motion to compel subject to provide handwriting exemplars.
Okay.
So the judge is making, says Todd Click is ordered to provide natural handwriting exemplars per the request of Special Agent Mike Lepper with the Indiana Office of Inspector General.
So Click has to give a handwriting sample?
Yeah.
To see if he signed off on this report.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Criminality. What Vinlander has an orange or rust-colored motorcycle, and what suspect or POI has a big white truck with a light band on top?
Literally no one will answer me. Doesn't Nick McClellan have a big white truck?
I thought he had the little sports car with the boss on it or whatever it was.
I thought it's a truck with the boss.
I thought it was a car. I don't know.
It. I could have swore, as soon as she said that, I could have sworn
motorcycle.
Now that I don't.
That I might actually have. I will have to get back to you on that. I'll pull up some info and see, but I think I know who may have the rust-colored motorcycle. But I don't. POI with a big white truck. What truck did what's his name buy? Holder.
It was black, and that was way back in 2017. I think now he has the Jeep.
Oh yeah, he got the Jeep. That's right.
My guess is McClellan. That's going to be my final answer for the white truck.
But a POI with a light band on the top? Nick McClellan wasn't a POI. He's never even been a POI on like social media, as far as I know. He's like one of the only ones who didn't make the list.
Well, not necessarily a POI. I also kind of didn't really get the, I don't know. They're talking about the interview. There was an interview. I personally, I was sitting there listening to the story. I understand the part about the orange motorcycle, but the white truck thing was basically that they were separate incidents. And the white truck thing was this white truck that kept driving by, like basically going in circles and passing them over and over again. And I guess I was just thinking in my head, I wasn't thinking that it was necessarily a POI.
What
Like
color
I
was
was just
Ron
like,
Logan's truck? Wasn't it white?
I don't remember.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on that. You're gonna make me look at cars. You know, I love looking at all the car stuff. If it is a light bar, he may be a volunteer fireman.
Or a kid. I mean, all the kids around here have stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So we'll go in. Let's talk about the juror interview. Let me pull up. I'm not gonna put it on the screen, but let me pull it up. They'll try to strike me just for showing the dang transcript.
Probably.
Okay, so let's talk
Oh,
about the. Go ahead.
they're going around and collecting every link that they can find that is mine to a transcript. And they're quite literally going through Google to copyright, like put in copyright things to Google directly to have my links cut off.
What?
Yeah. So as of right
Through
now,
Google. Like if you post like a Google Drive link.
yep. Yep. They're reporting that to Google. So my Google Drive link of the transcript I typed for Holman, the 2 parts, now both of them, like they're available to me inside my Google Drive, but if you try to click on it that I shared, it won't work anymore.
And it does it. It tells you who's doing it.
Yeah, I got the emails. Now,
But it
if
tells you.
you, I
But
don't
you
know
know
if,
who's reporting the link.
yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. That is ridiculous. Maybe they will
Because like,
strike the lawyer. You know. You never
yeah,
know.
like, because
You never know.
they did part 2, and I was like, what? Like, where did they randomly get part 2? Like, surely I would have shared them both at the same time. So like, it's not like they're, and you know what's crazy is before they started striking my Twitter account and then striking my Google Drive links, they followed me on Twitter.
You did send me that Murder Sheet.
Yeah.
Murder Sheet is striking. They tried to strike her on Twitter for posting a link, and then they are trying to strike inside the Google Drive through Google
Yeah.
to not be able to have a transcript of what they, you know, like of their video. But here's the thing: it's like, is it Apple Podcast, Spotify, maybe both? You can download a transcript straight from that, straight from.
That's literally where the rough draft comes from. And then I just clean it up because it's not always correct. So as soon as they struck me on Twitter, I blocked them.
I don't think
And
it matters
then,
anymore. Didn't they come out with the whole like the block on Twitter doesn't matter? People, you can still see them. They can still see you.
yeah, basically. So
It
once
doesn't
they
even
did
matter.
that, I blocked them. And then, well, now they can't follow me. So I did that. And then it was like 2 a.m. when the Holman Part 2 transcript got struck, or whatever you would call it. And then this morning at like 2:30 in the morning, the first part was.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So they're striking the transcripts of theirs, so they don't want people to read the transcript.
They do not want you to be able to read it or hear it anywhere. They want you to only be able, they literally, in the Twitter strike, they literally listed, she specific, and it was Onion who said that it messes with their ad revenue when people can read the transcripts rather than patronizing their podcast where they collect ad revenue. And that I'm maliciously doing it because I talk bad about their podcast. Like, I don't have to like your fucking podcast. Nobody does. We don't have to want to listen to your podcast rather
So
than
here's
read
the
it.
thing: is I didn't have any issues with their podcasts until I
The
played
crazy
40
shit.
seconds of it or whatever in a 3-hour video, and they came to copyright strike.
Yeah.
I've never had any interaction. I don't have any issue with them. So
That they didn't fight you on because they had no intention of it. They just expected you to leave it down.
right, which
And I do think that people, I have seen and heard of people who literally weaponize copywriting people specifically to get their address, their phone numbers, their emails, their real names, because in order to do a counter notification, you have to put all that in there.
Correct.
So you
Which a
say,
lot
if
of
murder
a lot of
sheet
us
acts this way.
will have our business address be like a
Yep.
PO box because of that. Because that's what they'll do, just so they can purposely get your address and your personal information. Here's
Yep.
the thing. It doesn't, I mean, you can pretty much Google anybody at this point in life and you're going to get some of their personal information, phone numbers, addresses. I mean, there's so many background check apps that people subscribe to. I mean, it's almost impossible to keep your personal information offline at this point in time. It's just, that's not the world we really live in anymore. I mean, they won't even, like this whole, like, people get really mad about like the whole doxing thing, which social media will take probably more seriously. Most police departments don't even take it seriously anymore because there's so much information that's public, and once it's out in the public, they don't really do anything with it.
Well, I've literally seen people and had discussions with people who are in situations where it's not even the person that's doing the copyright that they're concerned of having that information. It's that they don't want that person to put out their information, because there are people who, I don't want to like say that they're hiding from, but like that they're hiding from, you know what I mean? That where they would not want, but you do have to, when you, and the whole purpose of it is, so when you do like a counter notification where you're like, no, this was fair use, it should stay up, you have to provide like your actual physical address, your real name, your real phone number, because when you're doing the counter notification, you're basically putting them on notice that you're okay with going to court if they decide to sue you. And that's why YouTube gives them like 10 days, 10 business days to provide proof that they're going to actually sue you. And it's in federal court, and it's wherever you live. So they have to know where you actually live to file it in the proper jurisdiction, and also to have you served. So it's crazy to me, but it's
But
like
they're not going to
not
do
a,
anything. But they're not going to federal court anyway. So what? So like, there's another reason behind that. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like a scare tactic. Other times I do. I think it's because they're trying to get people's personal information. They don't know enough. Especially for people who are like channels who do a really good job. I don't do a really good job. Obviously, my name on here, I mean, it's Teresa. Like, that's my name. So people call me Teresa. They call me criminality. But there's a lot of people who want the anonymity of like, or of just saying like, my name is criminality.
right.
They don't want people to know. So what happens is they go through this process so they can find out your name, they can find out who you are, and then they can check back, they can check backgrounds on you, they can find out more information about you, do, a Twitter stalking, and try to figure out how to, get your shit taken down.
I mean, I just find it absurd
I don't even
and
understand.
and
It's
audacious
yes.
that you would do that when you literally made 4 podcast episodes reading from what you're claiming are all private DM messages in a conversation that you were not a part of. You're okay
Yeah.
with doing that for 4-part episodes that you're monetizing on, but God
Yep.
forbid somebody put out a fucking transcript of a
That there's
podcast
no
you've made.
monetization on it. And it's not like you watermarked it.
I didn't watermark it. I don't make any money off of it.
Pretty sure they
Like,
put something out that was all watermarked. I think it belonged to Keegan Klein, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I try to stay away from the talking all kinds of smack about other people. I'm not a fan of those two. I think that they run a shady business, and I think that I don't find them to be good people. I just don't. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. I don't even know why you try to go around and copyright strike somebody's Google Drive because you don't want them to have the transcript. Well, why don't you contact the people who are hosting your podcast, because they're the ones that are putting out a transcript of your podcast. It's just
literally.
stupid. It's just stupid. Like, you can go to YouTube and download a transcript of this live when you're done. If you want it, have at it. Like, if you'd rather do it that way, go ahead. I don't like, what is that going to do to me?
But that's the thing. Like, it is available. So what is the difference between me putting out an accurate transcript without the mistaken words and things like that, versus people saying, I'm not going to listen to this so I can refer to it over and over and over again. I would much rather read it, and them taking their own transcript, downloading their own transcript of it through where you are hosting your podcast.
Right. I don't know.
Just
Anyway, so
bizarre to me.
so anyway, that was kind of the whole point of why we do read throughs of interviews that are done. I could care less who interviews the people. I just want the questions asked. I feel like there are particular people who are asking questions that don't actually want, like, the main questions that need to be answered. We did the read through of the Holman one. I gave them the credit that I think their Holman one was better than the HTC one, but nobody's asked Holman any hard questions. I mean, Karen Comet did better in asking harder questions, but I don't agree with that. There's things that I think the public wants answers to, and we all were like, okay, there's no there's no more gag order. Let's get that. But I won't listen to them anymore. I won't give them a payday for the life of me. And I would have before, and now I won't. So I will go through and I will read the transcript, and that's just how it's going to be. So they can try to copyright that all they want to. I don't care. It's fair use, and we'll continue to go that route. I don't know what else to say.
Rosie, I don't know if it was the juror ones, but that's specifically the one that caught their attention initially. Like when
It's not unauthorized. That's the thing. It's from the podcast host. Like, I can go on Spotify and download a transcript. You see what I mean?
That's why it included all of the ads. That's why it included, it included literally everything, because that's how it comes when you download it. And what set them off on this spree of then hunting down my Google Drive links and shit like that was...
But they sent her an email because she thanked somebody on Twitter for the transcript.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that.
What?
I didn't even create that one. Like, I was sharing, probably the reason why that didn't get struck was I may have been sharing somebody else's Google Drive link. I don't know if hers got struck. But the point is that it was automatically downloaded the way that it was. I told you last night, Teresa, if somebody was going to review my stuff, this was actually, we were talking about the HTC one. If I did an interview with somebody and you were going to review it, right? Good or bad, I don't care. And you're going to review it, I would prefer that you use the whole thing instead of just chopping up little bits of it so that you could put things out of context and things like that. Same with the DMs and stuff. Like, more of an annoyance for me with that was that it was little bits and pieces of whatever they wanted to find, chopped up to be taken out of context, however they wanted it to appear. And the full chat was no longer available to any of the actual participants. Because if it was, I'd have just released the whole thing.
So I'm looking at the transcript of the juror interview right now. And
it's a mess.
There's the whole sponsor thing on here. We didn't have that on the last one. Did you remove it on the last one? Because I said I need to memorize June's journeys.
No, the last, the Holman one.
Our wonderful sponsor, Quincy. Quincy is a game changer when it comes to everyday luxury.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this that I'm reading?
That's what I'm saying. The one that you auto download, it puts all that stuff on there. I just go in, I take out all the ads, and I highlight people's names. I correct the names and the spelling.
Yeah. So this is you did say this was the rough one. Okay. So let's go into the juror. We'll start there, and then okay. So they did it in 2 parts. It's the same juror. I did see some people were kind of confused about that, thinking it might have been 2 jurors, because there was 2 video or 2 audios or 2 in parts. But
no, there's so many ads, you had to break it into 2 parts.
Yeah, so it's 2 parts of the same juror. So let's just go over some of the biggest highlights of what, like I said, I can't play it. If you guys have not heard it, if Sleuthy is available tomorrow, we'll do the juror read through tomorrow. So if you have not heard it,
Wait, we still have to do the other one.
which one?
Cicero.
Okay, well, let's do the juror one first. I think Cicero, I don't think is going to be as, it's not as interesting. But if people probably want to hear what the juror had to say more than Cicero.
Yeah.
I don't know, Cicero didn't even come on until 2024. That guy's, his opinion, I mean, he may be one of the most intelligent people ever, but his opinion is almost like irrelevant. He's out there squirting his own blood on the tree. Like, what?
You know what was interesting to me about that interview was to find out that, like, he often uses his own blood. And my thing is, I was sitting there thinking, like, as I was typing, I'm like, you know, that's a little weird because you have what's supposed to be like all the blood of two girls, like to where they died because they lost a lot of blood. And he mentions that he wants it to be like the correct temperature. He wants it to be fresh. Like he literally was standing in the woods drawing his own blood to use it for this experiment. How on earth did he draw that much blood to be able to do that in the woods?
Maybe he just keeps it. He just keeps a good flow going. He just has like,
What?
all right, it's time. It's 4 o'clock. Alarm went off. Somebody's got to come take my blood, and we're just going to start storing it for the next whatever we're going to do. I don't know. I just thought that was, I don't know. It's cringy to me, but I don't know.
He's like, most people use like animal blood, but it's also really what's the word?
Open his fridge and he's just got like a bunch of blood bags. Yeah. Anyway, I don't even know if that's true. I'm just saying. I don't. Yeah. But I don't think he has as much information. But we'll do that one too. Let's do. But we'll do the juror tomorrow. I think that's probably the easiest one or the best one to do with the most information to dissect. So if you haven't listened to it and you want to know what was said, we're going to touch on some things today. But if you want the full deal, we'll do it tomorrow.
We have to do it tomorrow because then I'm going to be busy. Oh, can I tell you,
Yeah,
Teresa, my kid had off today. Again?
Because it's
again. At 6:30 this morning, I get another notification.
Regularly seasonably cold days. Everyone says like 12 degrees there.
I said, are they ever going to go back to school? I don't understand. He was off again today. Then I get a notification that it's a 2-hour delay again tomorrow. And I'm like, okay. I've packed and repacked his lunch like 8 times in the past week trying to get him to school. No, because it keeps snowing. It won't stop snowing, Dan.
Because of the snow. So they're having a bunch of snow days.
Today it didn't snow. And I'm like, so they had the whole day off and it didn't even snow. Well, then the phone starts going off again. Warning, everywhere is going to get 2 to 4 inches. It's going to be very, very cold and slippery. And so if he has off again tomorrow, I don't know that I'm going to make it. This has been the longest winter break ever. Oh, you can have all the snow. I'm serious. It hasn't stopped snowing. It's been snowing for weeks. I ran Teresa off. And nobody's stealing their work. Yeah, last Monday. So I guess it wasn't Monday because he was supposed to go to school. He was supposed to go back to school on Monday, last Monday, like 2 Mondays ago. And I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, it fucking stormed. I mean, there was just snow. It was everywhere. We got like 11 inches of snow. And then, so like 3 days of that was really, it was difficult for them to clear all the roads. And then it didn't snow for like a day. And they were going to do a 2-hour delay, but then we woke up and it was snowing again. I don't understand. It just won't stop snowing.
Okay. Sorry. I had to help
You're fine. I was just bitching about the snow again.
Okay, so the juror. Obviously, she's one of the younger jurors that we were aware of because of the people that were in the courtroom that were kind of telling us. I think there was like two. I'd have to go back to my juror people, but I think there was like two younger chicks. I think it was like 2 and 3. Juror number 2, juror number 3. They were like in their early 20s, mid 20s. So that's what she sounds like to me. Plus, she's never been called for jury duty, and this was her first experience in the whole shebang. So that's also kind of interesting, and you have to kind of take that into perspective of her age and her being this being her first time. She's never done this before. You know what I mean?
Did you find the jury selection thing weird? Like, I guess they do it everywhere in Indiana, but I just don't know that I've ever heard of that. Like most jury selections I've observed, you get like a group of 50 people and you pick the ones that you want to keep and then the rest go away. And then you do another group of like 50 people and you pick the ones you want to keep and the rest go away. We have this group of 20 people. You get rid of the people that you definitely don't want, and then you're stuck with the rest. So like both sides didn't necessarily like pick these people. They just didn't waste a get rid of this person on them.
What do you mean they didn't waste to get rid of this person on them?
So I have, 10 flags, 10 red flags. And if I give you a red flag, that means that I want you out of here. I don't even want you to be considered. But I only have 10. So I have to use them specifically for like the people that scare the shit out of me. Okay.
The people I definitely don't want on here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoever's left in that pool of people that don't get a red flag are on the jury.
So what did you think? How is it where you are?
You have like I said, like you have like a group of, 50 people come in, you ask them a bunch of questions, they answer a bunch of questions, and you say, I want this person and this person and this person.
That's not how it is here.
So yours is where you're stuck with whoever you don't get rid of, and you only have a limited.
There's specific reasons that the judge is automatically going to dismiss you. So
that's the judge.
Right. Well, that's what I'm just saying. That's the first thing off the bat. So it's like, okay, here's your questionnaire. Here's your, judge says, okay, you guys are gone. Okay, see you later. And then they put the rest, in the room, and they start pulling up 12 at a time to the jury box. And then they go through and they ask you certain questions about your answers. So like you already filled out your thing. So they're like, okay, so tell me about this. So like my dad was a cop. They're like, okay, how long was your dad a cop? Do you think that all cops are telling the truth? Do you think that all cops are liars? They ask you those kinds of questions. So they can they have certain amount of strikes for cause. Wait, no, opposite. Okay, Erica M. saying right here. There's 4 cause, and then they had 10 strikes. Yeah, that's how it is here. I don't think they have 10 here though. I feel like they have less.
But so what I'm saying is, so say you bring in a group of 10 people and you don't like any of them. You have to pick who you really don't like, and the rest of them are on the jury. Like they're not in a pool of, we're going to put them in this group of bigger people.
They're on the jury. That's how it goes.
Yeah. See, he said here in Iowa, they have jurors come in and then they randomly select some of them and then they eliminate the ones they don't want. 2 people who were struck who'd been to jail before. Yeah. So
that's for cause.
No. For cause for being a black person? And a woman that had been to jail?
I thought you said 2 people had been in jail before. I didn't see the black person part. Yeah, that's for cause. Get that guy out of there. That is not what I meant at all. I thought you said 2 people had been to jail.
Trying to read.
Yeah, no, we were just left. If they didn't want to strike us, that's who was left. So we were just left and we were on the jury. So if they only had 2 from the first batch, that's going to get clipped, and people are going to be like, "Holy shit! Yes, R&M."
That's going to be a 4-part podcast right there.
That's not what I meant. I thought you said those 2 people in jail. Damn it. Ugh. Yeah, no, and then we were just left. So if they didn't want to get rid of us, then we were just left there. So then there was 2, and then the next group of 12 comes in, and then they took 2 from that one or whatever, and then there was 4 of us, and they
Well,
didn't say like,
then it doesn't make any sense to have brought in like 350 people, because the amount of strikes and stuff you had, like, how many were left over that you never even spoke to? 200?
it could be, yeah.
I mean, that's weird. I personally would rather it be, okay, so Teresa gets, let's say, 5 strikes, and
You
Sleuthie gets
almost want
5
them to be.
strikes.
You want them to not have strikes. You want them to be able to pick the people.
Yes, and then I could use my strike for the person you pick if I don't want them. But after my 5 strikes are up, I can't do that anymore.
I don't know anywhere that's like that. If you guys live in a place that's like that, let me know. I don't know anywhere that's like that. Normally, that's not how it goes. It's once you get to if they say they're going to do, you have 12 on the jury, and then the judge says we're going to have 6 alternates. It's once you get the 18, or if she says you're going to have 4 alternates, whatever it is, or sometimes in Florida it's only 6 on the jury, 2 alternates. That's it. That's all. That's how it goes. So then you just, as soon as you can fill all that up, you keep going. So you're almost taking a chance, but you have all the what you call it. You have all their questionnaires, so you can pick. Well, typically they'll do like, okay, let's bring in these 10 first, or these 12 first, because we feel like they're going to be the most reliable that we would both want. So we'll go through them first, so we can try to get the best bang for our buck early on. So not necessarily are they juror 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're juror number 24, 318, 17, 42, because they pull them in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I have to wonder with this one in particular, like what questions were asked and how she answered. Like, it just was weird. I forget. Peter said something today about, oh, it was where she said, the juror makes a comment about how Rosie basically dumbs everything down, like legal stuff, dumbs it all the way down. And she's like, well, okay, like now we know where we stand with you, meaning you think we're stupid. And I was thinking in my head, like, I'm pretty sure this is also the person that said that it took her like forever to get to where she understood what Nick's circumstantial evidence thing was with the snowman.
What he stopped using.
What do you mean he stopped using? He used until the Frosty name tag. Yeah, that's what I thought. So like,
Yeah, but I thought he
went
didn't
through the
use
whole.
that the next day. Did he still use it the next day? I thought one of the days he didn't use it.
Oh, maybe he did get rid of it. Well, it wasn't for her, because she apparently, it took her all the way till where he said it had a Frosty name tag before she
Yes.
understood what he was
She didn't
saying. So
understand that there was. Yeah, she did not understand that there was a snowman happening.
yeah,
I did not understand that there was a snowman happening. So I kind of get where she's kind of like I don't know what he was doing with that. That was a really long way to get to where he tried to go. But
okay. So then, if somebody was explaining legal stuff to you, like when I talk to Michael, I often have to have him dumb things down for me. Like, for example, when we were talking about new evidence, or what do they call it? Newly discovered evidence. And I'm applying a normal person's, okay, newly discovered means I just discovered it with my eyes today. Like, I never knew about it. I wasn't in possession of it. I just got it. And that's not the case in the law. So we dumbed it all the way down till I realized we were basically talking about essentially things that were newly relevant. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound like the same thing at all, but that's what it is. So I just found it weird that one of the things that I guess put a bad taste in her mouth for Rosie specifically is his over explanation, or overly simplified explanation of legal stuff. I wouldn't want him to assume that I was smart, like, about all this, and then me have to ask questions because I don't understand,
no, I'd rather them dumb it down, which
Yeah.
he talks about with Rosie. Okay, so so it's the first time there. She talks about how she gets selected for the jury, so on and so forth. Like I said, we'll do the read through of the transcripts. so let's talk about some of the biggest things that she talked about. First, let's talk about what she thought of the bullet evidence.
Hmm.
So she thought that science was basically crap and did not take the bullet into consideration for her verdict.
Hmm.
She said that you have anything you want to add about the bullet and what she said about that?
Not really, because she didn't
Yeah.
consider it. And I
She said
agree.
that they went in and they
Oh,
gelled.
wait, I do.
Okay.
If she like if she was like, okay, I'm not even going to consider this bullet, I'm going to pretend like it doesn't even exist because I don't think that that's legitimate, then a follow-up question that I would have asked would have been, well, then what put Richard Allen at the physical crime scene? We're not talking the bridge, we're not talking the trailers, we're talking about the actual crime scene itself where the girls were. If you don't believe the bullet matches him, what else puts him there physically at the scene where there's two deceased girls?
Well, they went with the whole theory that if you, and Nick talked about this in his, I think, opening and closing, if I remember correctly, that Richard Allen is bridge guy, and once you realize he's bridge guy, then there is nobody else to kill the
Because
girl.
of the bullet. Because of like I said to you before this trial even happened, if the bullet, if there's no sound of a gun in the video, if there's no one of the girls saying that be a gun, there's nothing that puts that bullet and connects it to the bridge person. The bridge person and the bullet at the scene need to have that in the video to connect the two. So if that doesn't exist, and the bullet at the scene does not match because we're disregarding it, then what puts him at the scene where the girls were found? Nick can't connect the scene to bridge guy without the bullet and mention of a gun or hearing of a gun cocking in the video. Does that make sense?
Well, I agree with you, but I'm just saying this is what she said. So I agree with you. I don't understand how, just from listening to like the things that she, or reading the things that she said, I don't know how she got from point A to point B. So she talks about when they go to rewatch the interviews and the bridge guy video and stuff, that there was 9 that thought he was guilty and 3 that were undecided.
Mm-hmm.
So once undecided, there is, I mean, you're supposed to be innocent. Like, I think that's kind of a bad perception as a juror. Like, she didn't get the concept of what her job was. And I don't have anything against this girl. I really don't. And somebody needed to like break it down. Like, this guy is innocent and you have to go from innocent to they proved that he was the guy beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, that's the length of it. So this undecided doesn't even make any sense to me, because you can't be undecided whether he's innocent or guilty. You're starting at innocent and have to get to guilty. But that's neither here nor there. So she says that after they watch this stuff, that actually goes from 9-3 to 8-4, which it seems that she's one of the 3. Because the way she says, like, somebody else joined us. Or like, I don't know how I can't say verbatim what she said. Like, tomorrow we can, because we'll read it through it. But the way she says it, she's saying it like somebody else thought like we did.
Mm-hmm.
So she's saying somebody came to that, like, the undecided side, which I don't know. What do you think of that?
Are we talking about going from 9-3 to 8-4?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Did she say she was one of the undecided? I thought she just kind of worded it weird that you could tell she was.
So that means that the more that they talked about the evidence, rather than more people thinking guilty, somebody picked up some doubt, some reasonable doubt.
Correct.
And it
Because
was
she
left
said
that way.
in the interviews, he just seemed like he was just a normal guy. And I'm totally paraphrasing here, people, so take that for what it is. Like, he was just a normal guy, didn't really know that he should have gotten an attorney, didn't seem like he was guilty, didn't really seem to understand what they were talking about and why they were saying these things to him. He just seemed like normal. And then she said somebody else, when they watched it, kind of got that same feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And then the foreman tells the undecided people to like go write down all the things and that they'll come back and discuss all of it. So,
Yeah.
but does she go into what she actually wrote down? Because that I didn't really get.
No, I didn't get that. I'm still confused about the whole notes thing. She was reviewing her notes at the hotel, but like your notes don't go home with you. So I'm not sure what she was reviewing at the hotel.
Her questions.
But why? How did she have her questions? That would be with her notebook. It would be in the notebook, in the note thing that she
because
keeps.
the foreman told them to go back to the hotel and write down everything.
New questions.
Yeah, like in her mind, why she can't decide. So
what is-
she started to write down like a personal diary she was keeping. Yes, pretty much.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So
A
she
diary.
starts to like write down like all the things that she couldn't decide on. So she said that if, the confessions didn't mean anything. She didn't think about the confessions, but then she turns around and says she didn't understand why somebody would confess that many times to something they didn't do. And then she also states that the van was important. So I'm confused about that because those have to do with confessions, but she says she didn't consider the confessions. So at some point she did consider them, whether she thinks she did or not.
Well, the only way that the van is relevant at all is if you believe the confessions.
Correct.
Also, he said it was a van. He didn't say it was a white van. And that also means that she believed Brad Weber, just in general.
Yes.
As a witness.
Which makes no sense.
That's
because
crazy.
Even though they didn't get the defense wasn't able to bring in what's his name from Texas.
Poll.
This is so true. She's like, it's cute. It's cute. Yeah, Poll from Texas. They still did talk about the fact in front of the jury that he had given different statements. So I don't understand how you could believe him when he's, I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding his testimony correctly.
I don't know. If you're going to say Sarah Carball was unreliable, which I do agree with that. I'm not sure why you would think that Weber was any better. And you also believe that in the interview, he seemed like he really didn't know like anything or what was going on. Well, her excuse for Riley's testimony also didn't make any sense. Not an excuse, but her explanation for why she
Which was what?
eventually. So she said that basically what it came down to is Riley said she saw Richard Allen, bridge guy, whatever, and that Richard Allen said he saw Riley.
I'm still very confused by that because even I wasn't obviously in the trial, but it doesn't make sense because the person she describes she saw is not Richard Allen. They never ask her if it was Richard Allen. And the biggest thing, I guess, is that she does say that when she saw that photo, which wasn't she the one that they showed the photo? Sorry, I'm filling up my vape if you guys hear that. Wasn't she the one that said, I don't want to see the photo. I don't want to see the photo. And fucking what's his name showed her the photo anyway.
I also just want to clarify real quick that I think it's important to remember that per her, before this interview happened, she literally sat and watched, supposedly, or listened to, whatever, all of Murder Sheet's podcasts on this.
Okay, so I have a question about that because I was going back and forth trying to understand if she listened to Murder Sheet podcast before trial or if she listened to Murder Sheet podcast after trial before this interview. I was confused on how she was answering that. Or how she wasn't answering it, she was stating it. Like
what?
I went and listened, so is she saying that she listened to the Murder Sheet podcast before the trial?
No.
But she listened to the Murder Sheet podcast after trial before she did this interview.
Correct. So what I'm saying is her responses are after listening to a whole ass trial and then also listening to all of the shit that Murder Sheet says. So the weird, like, remember I told you yesterday that it was like parroting things that I've heard like troll people say, like, he was there. He said he was wearing the same clothes. Well, that's not true because he did not say that he was wearing the same clothes. So like it was all the little phrases that get like spread around to everybody where everybody's saying the same things and they're like little quotes that they just repeat over and over again. She said she listened to all of those prior to sitting down for the interview. So when you have to keep in mind that she's like agreeing with things that she had listened to and knows how they feel because she's been listening to all of the podcasts. Does that make any sense?
Yes. So yes.
So how
she's
much of
down to
what she's saying is actually what was considered? How much of what she was actually saying is what she was saying when they were in deliberations and how she was actually feeling versus now I'm being interviewed by these people and I know how they feel about certain things. I've been listening to their commentary.
Well, yeah. So she's skewing her answers to benefit them because
Correct.
that's who she's talking to.
Correct.
Absolutely. Duck and Felonies is commenting, but it's coming across in like a bunch of different. What do you think about some of those things not being included in the trial? Do you think it would have been helpful to have some of that information? And then the next one is to answer that question fully. I would like to know, like, I know there were other suspects, I guess, but my thought is that they know more than we do of like things that are possible and could be, a potential suspect and if it was found to not have a nexus or whatever it is, then I trust their judgment, honestly.
So where'd she come up with nexus? Because Gall wouldn't have said anything about a nexus in front of the jury.
No.
So that likely came from listening to everything she listened to afterwards. Basically she's saying that they know more than, so if they're saying there's no nexus, see, because that's not possible for her to have been thinking about during the trial, because how would she, like, you would obviously know over the course of so many years that there were other suspects, but maybe there's not, you know what I mean, like maybe there are, but not to the extent that there were that we're aware of. I think for me, what's important, and a long time ago, like I guess right when the Franks memo came out, before we ever knew it wasn't going to make it in, I was looking up different cases and various different things, and I read like a really good thing. I actually sent it to what's his face that gave Onion and Plevin the DMs, and it was like this great big long thing about giving a jury a third party suspect that is like named versus it could be anybody else that's not my client. And one of the biggest things was, in particular, if you're going to say it wasn't me, if a juror doesn't have like a name and a face or whatever to put, I guess, shift blame to, then that is a question generally that they fall to is, well, if it's not Richard Allen, then who is it? And if you're not giving me a who is it, then it's going to be difficult for me to not say it's Richard Allen. Do you know what I mean? It's much
But
more effective to say it wasn't me, it was Teresa, versus it wasn't me. There was all this unknown DNA there. It could have been any number of people.
so did they ask her about the DNA?
Nope. Not that I remember. I think I would have remembered that because it was something
I
that
don't
I would have
remember
asked
that
about.
either. But I've only read and listened to what was played on Lawyer You Know. So I'm like, they didn't ask her about like what she thought of all the DNA.
Yeah. Or the fact that, so that brings it back to, what do you, when you were doing your considerations, what for you put Richard Allen at the crime scene itself? Number one. And number two, a good follow up to that would have been, were you curious at all about all the unknown DNA that was at the crime scene, on the girls, in the girls, on the girls, all over the place?
They didn't ask her about Walla either.
Hmm.
Did they ask her about the headphones?
I do feel like she briefly mentioned the headphones. You should be able to search.
No,
I, I,
okay. Yeah. Well, we're gonna
I
read it
feel
tomorrow anyway, so we'll get the full
true.
thing.
I
They
feel like she
did.
basically
Casper
said
says
that
they did.
like the state basically like effectively was like, hey, that could have been dirt and whatever else, and that was a reasonable explanation for her.
I would see that Google's not that big of a deal to her because of she's younger. So I mean, that's where they get all their answers is Google. For
Yeah,
people my age, we didn't have a Google. We weren't able to do a Google and find stuff.
I can't believe that even got in, and to be
It
honest,
shouldn't have, but that's
well, it's interesting because in Nick's article or whatever, he specifically mentions that about how he doesn't think that it's hearsay. It's perfectly fine for him to have done that.
yeah.
And that they hid it from him until that moment. And meanwhile, you have Cecil that's like, I knew about it. I saw that data. It was there like all the time. I just didn't know what would have caused it. So for someone who's supposedly as detail oriented as Nick claims to be, where he says that the investigators bring him stuff and he's like, prove it to me. You got to prove it to me. You would think that when he saw that little detail in the data, he would have said, and especially knowing that Cecil was aware of it, you would have thought he would have said, well, what the fuck would cause that? Long before they were in trial.
Well, he says it was a complete surprise. I do have his interview up too, so we can talk about that. Okay, let's go back to her because there's a couple other things that she says that I think are pretty important too.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't remember what they were because I'm going through it. She tells us the whole story about the person taking photos, and I just want to say, thank you to this juror for clearing Lana's name because there were so many people that said that Lana was the one that was chasing the jury van. So just thank you for clearing that up, juror. I'm glad that question got asked, and definitely more important to hear about this juror van being followed than it is to know about what this juror thought about DNA in the actual trial.
But if they were going to ask about that, why not a
I'll be right
follow-up
back,
question?
Susie.
Yeah. Why not a follow-up question to say, how do you know all of these details? Like, how do you know that what the cop said to her and that they were taking it back to Judge Gull specifically and that Judge Gull looked through the phone and that she was looking to see if they took any pictures of you. Um, and then the cop brought the phone back and gave it to the girl while she's sitting on the side of the road. Like, how do you know all of those details? Who told you all these details? Presumably, the only person that would have known that those cops like brought the phone back to Judge Gull and then brought it to this woman on the side of the road would be the cops that did it and Judge Gull. And when I was telling Teresa about this last night, she was like, oh, because I was like, why would they sit on the side of the road waiting for this cop to bring this lady's phone back if they thought that this lady was a danger to the jury? And Teresa was like, well, maybe they only had like two escorts that were cops. And those two escorts that were cops are the ones that pulled her over. And because they were then taking this phone to Gall, they were not there to escort them back to the hotel. So the bus basically stayed in place until the escort came back. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. But then so what? So then you leave the bus of jurors there that you are feeling are in so much danger that they have to have two escorts and you're leaving them without escorts and protection with this person that you think is a threat? That doesn't make any sense either. Pulled her over with the juror van.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know why Cole would even be the one to examine the phone, but it goes back to the same thing when she was the one that was going through that person's camera during was it jury selection or was it like the first days of trial? I don't even remember now.
I would be curious who that would like if it was the same because remember she's like my deputies brought me this camera or whatever outside of trial. I wonder if it were the same deputies. But also these police officers, whoever it is that did it and like took the phone, why didn't you just stand there yourself and look? Like, why would you have to bring the phone then all the way back to Judge Gall? Because you took it? Like, I don't understand. But mainly my question would have been, how do you know all these details? Like, who relayed all these details to you?
But is it even illegal for them to take a photo?
Of a van? No.
So what's the probable cause for pulling them over?
I don't know.
Did they get cited for anything?
She said that they just let her go after they realized there was nothing in the phone. Or, she was just telling her friend, like, it was very innocent. And so then that's it. I have a phone stand on my dash. Remember, we're supposed to be hands free. My phone is always there. It doesn't mean I'm doing anything on it at all. I'm likely getting directions.
Yeah, so the only thing, so when we were talking about this last night, the only thing I could come up with is that they scare this woman into thinking that she has no choice and that she's going to be prosecuted for doing
Oh,
whatever
that
she
sounds
did.
familiar.
Right. That's what I'm like. Otherwise, why is she why are they pulling her over? Number one, if she's not doing anything illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And what are they citing for pulling her over? And then two, they ask her like, okay, we're going to take your phone. And she agrees to it, then they don't obviously need the warrant to do it. But I don't understand why they were even pulling her over to begin with, because it's not illegal to take a photo of a van.
I mean, and then we
And
can
unless
move
she's
on.
driving
Like,
erratically, then they needed to cite her for that.
we can move on after this. When you don't know what your rights are, this is the type of shit that can happen. Because they could have found
Yeah.
something else in her phone and she could have been in trouble for something else. You know what I mean? It's just,
Let's see if we can get that. Who does that's great. Yep, let's see if we can get that.
oh, good idea.
Yeah, good thinking. I'm gonna write a note on that.
If this girl who just happened, if she's maybe looking into it now, trying to figure out why on earth that happened, and you're listening, you should reach out to somebody about your pullover and them stealing your phone.
But that's what I'm saying. If they asked her and she willingly gave it, because she's like, well, shit, like, if they make her think that you're gonna get in trouble here. I mean, I remember.
Contempt. It's probably the
Yeah,
same old
you're gonna know
story.
that Judge Gold's gonna hold you in contempt for video in this van of jurors.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems wonky, but it is what it is. So okay, so let's talk about the big thing for me was when she talks about when we go back to this 8-4 split and how
Mm-hmm.
they decide how they go about
Mm.
convincing these 4 people to vote guilty.
Mm-hmm. Well, they separated them into 4 groups of 3. And so if you have 4 groups of 3, then you've put each one with a group of 2 other people who think he's guilty and make it their job, for lack of a better word, to convince this innocent voter or undecided voter of why he's guilty.
And so they group them up, and so you have these 4 groups that are now talking to this individual person, where they're the lone person who thinks that the person is probably not guilty, or they're quote unquote undecided, and they have them by themselves with people who think he's guilty.
Right. Well, it's easier to break I don't, and I'm not trying to make this sound any type of way other than I just can't think of any other way to explain it, but it's easier to like break a person who's firm in their thoughts, I guess, when they don't have others that are co-signing their decision. So like if I'm in a group of 4 people and the 4 of us are sticking together because we don't think that it's enough, then we have support from 3 other people. But if there's just one of you, the likelihood of you being like, okay, you guys
And
are
she
right.
states that the bailiff gave them this instruction.
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
But,
That's what I had heard. So I was trying to figure out if that was the case. Who tells them to separate and do it this way?
and also I want to clarify with the separation thing, because people
Okay.
were saying like they were talking about like being separated in the same room, but like, you know, you guys in that corner and you guys in that corner. Like the point of separating was to be having discussions that like are private to your group.
Are they allowed to do that?
I think that it would probably depend on specifically how they were separated. So if there were, let's say, some type of divider dividing the room up, separating them where they are having separate conversations that everyone is not involved in, then I would say no. The whole point was when you guys are having discussions about the evidence, you have to have it where everyone can hear everything that's said. You guys got to deliberate together. So if me and you are having a conversation over here and we're whispering and 10 other people can't hear us, then our deliberations, we're not supposed to be deliberating unless we're with all of the people and they can hear all of the things. If someone
Right.
goes
So,
and takes a shit for an hour, like you can't like have them leave and then come back and be like, "Oh, we decided all of this." And then be like, "Oh, okay."
so everybody's saying that she said that it was the foreman that told them to use this because he'd used
Yes.
it in trials before. It was a technique that
Yes.
was used in trials before.
Yes.
Did she talk about how they picked the foreman?
Mm, I don't remember. I don't think they I don't know. Did they pick the foreman?
I don't know. I wondered if she answered that. I didn't see that in there when I was skimming it. Okay, so they're all in the same room. So technically they're together, but that doesn't seem the best way to do it, in my opinion. I don't think that. I'd be like, fuck no. How about two of us sit with one of you at a time, and we'll tell you why we're undecided, and then you can try to convince us that way. I don't know. That seems very. I don't know.
The whole point is to be doing it
Divide
together.
and
That's
conquer.
deliberating. Yeah, no.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense to separate. Otherwise, you could just all go home and think about it on your own or call or have group texts and then decide it and then tell the rest of the group what you're doing. Like, how do you even come to a unanimous verdict when you guys are all having different conversations?
So one group researched the van, another group researched the bullet, etc. So the other groups had to take the word of the other people in another group about their assigned evidence. Well, that's what I'm wondering. So supposedly the he tells them to go back to the hotel on Saturday, go write your questions down that are making it so that you're undecided, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it, and then separates them. So is it based on like these two people are this one undecided person is undecided about the bullet, so let's have these two people who are completely using the bullet to vote guilty come over here to convince this one person. You're over here, you don't believe the confessions, so let's have these two people who really believe in the confessions come over here and talk to you. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they should have did that.
I don't either, but I don't know if it's illegal to do it or like misconduct to do it.
Well, I think we'll probably find out. If it is, I'm sure that'll get brought up. We're coming up on the amount of time to file the motion to correct errors. So,
Yeah. So Sherlock says, I was a juror on a 3-week trial in Seattle where one of my fellow jurors was an actual judge in the same city. I can't believe they even let the judge stay on the jury. That's number one. But and during deliberation, she told us even if we went out, someone goes out to pee, we can't talk without them. Well, that's what I'm assuming is like the way that they would. We don't know. We don't actually know if they were in the same room, right? Did she say they stayed in the same room? Does she say that? It has not been filed yet, Rochelle. No. They have until the 20th, I believe it is. I'd be very curious about that. So that's something we'll pay attention to tomorrow too. Okay, they go through like all the activities. They asked her about her impressions of the attorneys. It seemed that she liked everybody except for Rosie. That was the impression I got.
Yeah, it seemed that she had, even if she wasn't like super pleased or impressed, she still had something nice to say about most except for him.
Yeah. She seemed to like Andy. And she
Yeah.
really seemed to like Nick.
Yeah, she loved Nick.
Yeah, she really liked Nick. Let me see. What was the other big things that came out of that? What else do you guys remember? Like I said, we'll do the read through tomorrow, but
About the jurors staring at Richard. Oh, and you know what? I've said it everywhere. I'm going to say it here about the whole staring thing. It was this big, like, funny thing that he had weird eyes and would, like, stare at the jurors, and that some of the jurors, not her though, would basically stare him down until he looked away first. And I just want to clarify that at this time that she's talking about, the man had spent almost 2 years in solitary confinement without having people really to look at. And so when you're deprived, when you go through 2 years of sensory deprivation, and we're talking when he would go in for hearings, that's one of the things Bob would always say is he'd be looking around, he's looking up at the ceiling, especially in Allen County, he'd be looking all over the place and looking at the designs on the walls. And so when you don't get to see things other than white cinder block walls and yourself, then when you do get out into public where there are people and there's people everywhere, it's not just sight, it's sounds. You know, there could be moments where it doesn't really seem that loud, but to someone who doesn't get to hear it, people talking all the time in multiple different conversations that close to them, that might be something that they had been deprived of. That might make them look a little bizarre. But
okay, so let's talk about that because she talks about the videos, and she doesn't think that they were that bad.
I can't imagine watching
And
someone.
some jurors were crying over them.
Mhm. Just as a human, I can't imagine as a human watching a video of another human covering themselves in their feces and eating it and bashing their head on a wall over and over again and thinking, this is not that bad. Like, what were you expecting if that wasn't that bad? I don't understand. Just coming purely from a human, I feel ill just thinking about it. So I don't know. I don't know
Like,
what that meant.
mine would be like, you do realize that like anybody you know could be arrested and thrown into a prison and not be convicted of the crime. Like for me, the people who think it's not that bad are the ones who think that he did it. Like, and I get
Correct.
this, and the reason I feel that way, and I told you guys all this before, Stephen Stearns has not been convicted of doing anything to Madeline Soto, but I believe that man is a monster. And I could give two shits about what happens to him. And I know that there's people who are going to be like, Teresa, that's not fair. And, you know, he's not convicted of anything and all these things. And I get it. I get it. Because I see both sides. And this is why I try not to get so mad at people on the Richard Allen case, because I see the other side too. Like, I think that guy's a piece of shit. And if somebody went in and cut off his penis, I wouldn't be mad. So I get I get why people feel the way they feel. I really do. But for me, it's like, now I'm thinking about fucking Stephen Stearns. No, I'm not. Oh, God, that sounds terrible. Don't clip that.
Clippy, clippy.
Yeah, son of a bitch. No, but for me, I think that guy's guilty. So I'm like, I get it. Like, you don't care what happens to him. So if I was to watch something happening to Stephen Stearns in prison, it's like, I would say it's not that bad. Like, because I think this guy's a piece of shit.
I mean, I also agree that he is a large piece of shit. I think that my jumping to that decision is not really the same. And you can do whatever you want. I mean, you can compare it any way you want to. But personally, I don't think it's the same for me with the way that people were talking about the guilt of Richard Allen, because there is a lot. I don't I don't know if Stephen Stearns killed Madeline Soto, but I know that he had videos and pictures of him doing things to that child. So, in my opinion, he's already a piece of shit for that. So, whether he killed her or not, I don't know, but I know that he's a pedophile and I know that he's a piece of shit. So, at the same time, I'm a human and I it's one thing to say, oh, whatever, like he's, eating his own feces or whatever. It's another thing to actually physically see it with your eyes and watch it happen and be like, this isn't that bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, as a human.
That's kind of where I was going, is like,
Yeah.
for when we talk about people like online, like social media, they, people are like, I don't think it's that bad, and I don't really care what happened to Richard Allen in prison, right? Like, I don't care if he's getting beat up. I don't care if he's hitting his head. I don't care, because I think he's guilty. That's my point. As a juror, you're supposed to think he's innocent. You're starting off
So it
innocent.
should be.
You
Yeah,
see
so
what
it
I'm
should
saying?
be bad. Yep.
So, like, I couldn't be on a Stephen Stearns, jury.
That's how I feel about specifically. Like, I know where I'm biased, okay? That's how I feel specifically about mothers that kill their children. And that's because I'm a mother and I have a child. So the worst day anybody could have as a mother who murders their children is to have me anywhere near your job. I will lie. Like, I will lie to get on there because you are going to prison. So, but with this, it's like, I can think, oh, you're guilty, so I don't really care what happens to you. But if I'm not thinking you're guilty, it's literally my job for you to start as not guilty. Then I don't understand how you could connect, because at that point, if you're not guilty, then you don't deserve to be punished, right? Any type of punishment whatsoever, right? Because you're innocent.
Correct.
So watching a video of somebody, whether they're punishing themselves or being punished, so we're saying, what could have possibly been in her head that would have been that bad? 10 guards in there, like, raping and beating him. Like, I'm confused of what would have been as bad as you thought. What were you thinking it was going to be if this wasn't that bad? Because we're talking about somebody that's not only not guilty yet, but it's literally your job to be looking upon him as someone who is still innocent. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that is something that struck me quite a lot, was her saying that it was not that bad. Just as a human, I didn't understand. I still don't understand. And for them to, it said a lot to me about them that wasn't also a follow-up question. Like, are you, like, really, you didn't think that was that bad? You didn't want to look away? Like, you know what I mean? What was it that would have been that bad? What were you expecting to see?
But why did they even think it should have been worse?
Well, I think the way that it was set up was, the way that the discussion was set up was to make it seem like the descriptions that they were being given by the defense made her think that they were going to be different or worse. That their description of the videos were more severe than what she actually saw. If that makes sense.
Okay. So people are going back to the Stephen Stearns thing, was highly manipulative compared to Rick Allen. Oh, I agree. And I think that there's obviously a lot more evidence that we're aware of against Stephen Stearns. So maybe that's why I feel the way that I feel. But my whole point to that was, as a juror, you're not supposed to already be thinking that he's guilty. So
if she watched it and thought it wasn't that bad, then what is stopping her from, like, what if she already thought that he deserved whatever she was seeing, that it wasn't that bad, what would
What would
make
be
her
that
think?
bad?
Yeah, what would make her think that this person was innocent? Like, what would make her vote anything other than guilty?
So, well, this is a great point too that Jessica said. Like, how much of her opinion on things like that is influenced by the fact that she listened to what the murder sheet had to say
Exactly.
going on there and doing that interview.
That's exactly what I was saying.
So we don't even know how much she's influenced by any of these things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Tiffany, yes, I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the live too. Yeah, we're good. We're safe from the fires. They are still around us, but we are okay. Thank you for checking on me. Plus, in the Soto case, the state showed transparency to due process. Oh yeah, they definitely have transparency. They have sent me a lot of transparent things. So very different than the investigation into Richard Allen. I agree.
Like, way transparent, almost see-through, entirely see-through.
So yeah, so the juror says that the conditions aren't that bad because she's looking at the surroundings, but it's also kind of interesting in the fact that there's attorneys who've been practicing law for 30 years who've been to multiple prisons and note that Westville was actually one of the worst prisons they've ever seen. And if you go to the fact that they're literally tearing it down and building a new prison because of the conditions of the prison, I think that's also kind of interesting that she doesn't think his conditions are that bad. Like,
I agree with everything Angela said.
what did Angela say? Let me see here.
And that was kind of my point, like, earlier.
And total lack of empathy, humanity, humility, integrity, and kindness makes perfect sense. I agree. Yeah. And so we don't even know how much of her opinion at trial and for this verdict are coming across in this interview, which is unfortunate.
Like, her interview answers might not even be an accurate reflection of what she was actually thinking when she was deliberating and things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, she should have listened to anything, but that's
Yeah.
the same for anybody else at this point who does listen to something and come forward. I would have liked to have heard from the jurors right away to get a feel for what they were truly thinking and feeling at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have liked to have heard from an alternate who had nobody can get mad at them. They didn't vote. You know what I mean? They were just observing.
Was there was a juror who left, right? Like at the 2-week mark.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we know why. They're just all of a sudden like
A family emergency or something, and they had and they left, and like, I want to hear from that one.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, they didn't get to hear everything, but still, I'd like to hear from that one. Okay, so back to juror interview then. Is there anything else major that you guys think we need to talk about from this interview? Like I said, we'll do the read through tomorrow. And then apparently Smithy's too busy for me, so we'll have to figure that out.
What day is tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Thursday, the 16th.
Okay, so like I'm good tomorrow night.
Okay.
And I'm good Friday till like maybe 8.
Okay. So Lana with TNT did a great video. She knows how this juror answered questions about reasonable doubt. She is the one that needed the badge on Frosty to know who was a snowman.
She took a lot of notes of jury selection.
Yes.
I would say that if you were looking for insight into this particular juror or any particular juror, that's where you should get it. But I would not do like this recent one. I would go back to the one that she did back when she actually like the day she attended the live she did about the jurors back then, to see what her impressions of this person back then before they did an interview. You see what I mean?
That's true.
I've been meaning to do that. I'm telling you to do things I haven't done yet, but
no, it's a good point though. So Lana is with the channel Truth and Transparency. If you guys aren't familiar, she was at the trial. I don't think she was there every day, but she was there a lot. and she was at jury selection, which is important for this purpose. Now, Arnhem, this is a great point. She's a kid who just made a decision she was entirely unequipped to make. But she was vulnerable and seeking reassurance and validation.
Yep.
This actually makes a lot of sense because of the fact that she states she was undecided, and then she flips to guilty on Monday.
Hmm. I also think that this is a little bit of a background of the explanation for the interview also. Like, I think this had a little bit to do with that also. I think she listened to a lot of stuff. She happened to listen mostly to Murder Sheet. And so then she would have been like, oh, Holman, he did an interview with them, his first interview, like things like that. So then you'd reach out to that podcast. You know what I mean?
But yeah, but if she, like she's saying, like if she is looking for validation, yeah, she's going to go to these super pro guilty people that are going to tell her you did a good job, you
Yeah.
did the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes to the people that are like, wait a minute, what the fuck's going on here? She's going to be like, holy shit, what did I do? And the consequences of that
You don't
are
want, if
tremendous.
you've
Said like, this is a really big deal. I need to do the right thing here. This affects a lot of people.
So think about how you would then, especially as a younger person, how you would then feel if you were talking to someone who maybe started making you second guess your decision and the kind of guilt that comes with that.
Yeah.
Can we
Then
talk?
you have to think like, holy shit, I just put an innocent man in jail.
Well, I'm glad you said that. And we could probably end it on this since we're going to read the whole thing and we can move on to the next one.
Yeah.
But I think it was really just, it couldn't have been written in the stars in a better way. And I screen recorded it because the transcript, people were like, is that really what it says? Like maybe the transcript was wrong. I wonder how many seconds it is. I wonder if you'd you'll probably get clapped for it. Never mind. But anyway, Onion says, like, you know what? Wait a minute. I'm going to make sure I quote her exactly. Onion says, and this is a quote. I wish you could play it. Sucks that you can't. I'm sure it's probably been written in the chat 10 times now. So Onion says, this is a quote, like the worst outcome is convicting an innocent person. That's what she said. Like the worst outcome is convicting an innocent person. And the juror said, yeah.
Yeah, she wouldn't want to live with that.
How is convicting an innocent person the worst outcome?
What do you think the worst outcome would be?
Well, no, like what I'm saying is she's saying basically like with you going guilty, like the worst outcome, meaning it's not that big of a deal. If the worst thing that happens is you stub your toe, you see what I mean? But the worst thing that could happen is you convict an innocent person.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, more nonchalant. I'm thinking like that. She's saying like, yeah, that would be like, I don't want it. Like, I had to take my job
No,
seriously.
it was
Because the
not.
worst outcome would be that I end up being one of the people who convicts an innocent person.
It was not like, it's really serious because the worst decision that could be made is convicting an innocent person, and you wanted to be sure and not do that. It was basically like she said, like, you should be proud of yourself for doing that. Like the worst outcome is convicting an innocent person.
Oh, like it'll be okay. Okay, I see
Yeah.
what you mean. I see what you're saying now. So it's just like the tone and tenor of it. If you had texted that to me, I would have not understood it at all.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're one of the undecideds and you're like, I need to take this very seriously. If you're undecided, well, if you just make a decision, the worst thing that could happen is you convict an innocent person. See, there's in general, I think there's like this thought process that people have where like if I get it wrong and this person is innocent, like the worst outcome is I convict an innocent person, but that's what we have appeals for. They'll just get out on an appeal if I make a mistake. And that is just absolutely just not the case at all. But I think people do think that. That would be one of my jury questions specifically. Like I would be like, are you of the person, if you were the only person that was not convinced and the entire room was pressuring you and it came down to we either have a hung jury and have to do this all over again, or you just give in to the majority and you're the only one left, will you convict because you know that appeals are a thing and they would have another chance with a different judge in an appeals court and they could come back later and do it?
I
Like,
guess if you're under the impression that his living conditions aren't that bad,
yeah,
it'd be fine. But you're taking years away from a person who didn't do anything.
but it's not that bad. And they have a fallback. They can just appeal. And people say like you have like, so if you're listening, if you're sitting in the courtroom and they're saying you have 30 days to file an appeal, a person could think if they didn't know, well, in 30 days they'll file this thing and like a judge will look at it and say, oh, this is not right. It needs to go back to trial, and then the person will get a new trial. I don't think that there's a general comprehension that if it happens at all, the 1% that it does, it takes years. They take decades.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Okay, let me see. You know that, Scotty, this is a great question, and I don't think anybody in the interviews with the defense team asked them that.
Oh, that is a good question.
I don't recall anybody asking them that.
I know Nick did, because that was on. Oh, we can check the thingies, the charts for the money.
Check the thingies for the money. Okay.
Yeah, because we know Nick did.
All right, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, he got a trial coach. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know. They didn't. We don't really. I don't think they did.
That is the thing. I doubt they had the money. And to be honest, if they did have the money, I would have rather seen them use it to buy a DNA person that could run all that DNA and figure out whose it was, rather than a jury specialist. But if you had $4 million to play with, like somebody else did, then I would assume that you would get a jury specialist.
Well, if you had $4 million, you could also probably test all the fucking DNA. But you know, that's neither here nor there with this state.
I think the trial coach was like $5,000, if I remember correctly.
I prefer a height specialist.
That too. But
With
the
state
DNA
give them the DNA to test. Well, they'd have to request it, and knowing Judge Go, well, I know that's how you have to do it here anyway. I don't know if that's how it is in Indiana, but they'd have to request it to be able to take it for testing. And I don't know if Go would have let them.
I don't think people realize that. The same thing happened with the phone. Like people were like, well, why didn't they test the bullet? Why didn't they test Libby's phone? Why didn't they? And it's like, you understand that they don't have access to those things, right? Like the physical things. They don't have access to that. They can't just run tests on it or have their expert look at it.
Right.
They only have the reports of stuff. So they didn't get Libby's phone. They just got the extractions from Libby's phone, not her physical phone. They didn't get the DNA, all the DNA samples that they took from people that they never submitted to the ISP lab so that they could be like, oh, we have all these DNA samples. Maybe we should compare them to the scene. You know what I mean? And as soon as they ask for stuff, it disappears anyway. So
Do we know? Hold on. Now I lost my question. I don't know what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you something, but I don't know what it was now. All right, let's talk about Nick's interview, because then the attorneys did, obviously they did one each on on Defense Diaries. The three of them together were on Lawyer Lee, and then they also did three mainstream media ones. One with Wish TV, one with Fox News, and one with WTHR, I believe it is. So we have quite a bit to go over with them. So let's talk about Nick's next. And
His
I
is an
think I
article.
popped into R&M's the other day, and she was going through like this line by line. So I don't think we need to do that. But
His is an article.
yeah, I have it right here. So anybody who missed it, we're going to do the read through of the juror interview tomorrow. So if you don't want to listen to it anywhere else, we're going to do the read through tomorrow. Yeah, it's extremely long. That's why I'm like, I don't want to do all of it because we still have. Oh, I don't know. I went through it very efficiently, 2.6 hours per page. You're going through it very efficiently, I will say. So if anybody wants to go through Nick's interview point by point, absolutely go to R&M, and she does a very thorough job. Yeah, by our very own Karen the Comet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is going to take me into a whole deep conversation because the very beginning of this is why it takes you forever to go through it, R&M, because this whole fucking thing is called Cleared. That's what the interview with Nick McClelland is titled.
I did my
Cleared.
bitching. Yeah, I did my bitching about this yesterday.
Well, we're going to have to bitch about it again because
Okay.
I still have an issue with it. And I bitched about it on the live the last time because I have such a problem with this damn tip. And I'm almost at the point where All Eyes probably has already done this, has gone through and pulled every fucking piece of information that's ever come out about this tip on anything. All Eyes, are you still in here? Because this is like right up your alley.
He chose this opportunity to put out yet another different news story about this not misfiled tip.
Yeah, and if All Eyes isn't still in here, I'll have to message her because this is totally something that she would do. It's like literally pull. Yep, there she is. Pull every article, every piece of documentation from motions, and all the testimony about Tip 74.
Oh, you know what? While you got that pulled up, I'm going to pull up Kathy's thing like I did last night.
Oh no, Indiana girl, that's not good. The man flu means you get to like act like you're
Oh,
dead for
God.
2 days and not do anything though. The man flu is actually good to have. It's the woman flu that really sucks because you still have to do all the shit that moms have to do and women have to do. The man flu, you don't. You just go in the room and you get catered to.
Where
Oh
are
yeah,
you,
his whole
Kathy?
interview is absolute gaslighting. That he's a very good gaslighter. Like it's no wonder he's not married and hasn't been married. Like very narcissistic and very gaslighty.
The problem is she didn't ask. She like let him say things that either contradict specifically the person he's talking about's testimony at trial, and she says nothing about it, or says things that don't make any sense at all, and she doesn't ask him about it. Doesn't ever make its way into the article.
He wasn't ever married to his baby mama. I didn't think. Kristen says the bullet matched Rick Allen's gun. Explain that. Well, the juror doesn't think that the bullet had anything to do with Rick Allen's gun. So that juror in particular did not believe the science behind the bullet. We don't know what the other jurors thought, but
I mean, the attorneys literally talked about that. They gave the jury 2 pictures and the lines didn't add up. And the expert who said they matched was insistent on it not being compared in photos because she knew it didn't match. Like she knew that the markings were not the same. Nobody cares about that. Let's go to this cleared, not cleared.
okay. So this whole thing is such an issue for me. You have the notes because we were going through them last night. So So Kathy, during testimony, states that the tip was in the desk, and she pulls it out, and then sees the information, and then she goes to the filing cabinet and gets the copy or of the whatever and pulls that out, and then she takes it to of Doolin's report, takes it to Liggett. But Liggett testifies that he has to contact Dan Doolin, who pulls his report from his binder that he's keeping at home. But the tip is not just on paper, because the tip is in Orion as tip number 74. So it's already in the system.
Hmm.
I don't, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Hmm.
But they say it's misfiled. Nick now comes out and says, no, 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 it's not misfiled. It's none of that. It was marked as cleared, and it was put into the cleared files. So it was filed correctly. And so he says it doesn't have anything to do with this Richard Allen Whiteman thing, that they're testifying that the name is messed up. But Dan Doolin testifies that on his report, it says Richard Allen and lives on Whiteman Drive.
Mm-hmm. Well, Nick says that it literally had nothing to do with Whiteman at all. And it was never lost. It was not misfiled anywhere. That the only reason they didn't pay attention to it was because it said cleared. That's what he's claiming now. Oh,
But
and also that it was written in red that it was cleared.
she states that clear, is it her or him? That's one of them states that it's green that's used for clear.
Kathy.
Well, tip number 74 has to be put in Orion for it to be tip number 74 in Orion if they have 14,000 tips.
This
So
is what Kathy.
how does a tip become tip number 74 if it's never entered into Orion?
I don't know, but she said the lead narrative that she got had a mark on it indicating it had been cleared. Her coding system had marked green on cleared files.
Yes, R&M says they didn't pay attention to it because it was not a tip, it was an eyewitness. No different than Brad, Heath, McCain, Cheyenne, Bree. Why wouldn't you go and interview an eyewitness? And then why would it say cleared for an eyewitness?
I find
One of
this
them
funny.
a green sticker.
That was probably Kathy. Like the cleared files, not individual pieces of paper. The cleared files were marked green.
So the cleared excuse is dumb as fuck. But and then how if it's in Orion, and DB's here, but I know Fiend can talk to them about this too. Like in the Orion system, they have to mark like that they followed up, and they have to like put in there like, okay, this is kind of where it's at in the stage of the follow up on this tip for whatever you want to call it. They're all still tips though, technically, because he's tip number 74. So they're still calling it a tip, even if he's considered an eyewitness. It's still considered a tip.
So this is how it would work. This is based off of Kathy's testimony. It says like a tip would come in, a tip. So in this particular case, we would be talking about Richard Allen calling in a tip. Okay. She would enter the tip, and it would either be left as a tip or it would be determined to be a lead. If it was a lead, then it would be assigned as a lead in the database, and then that would be followed up on by somebody. So it would assign somebody to follow up with that lead. They, meaning the person that followed up with the lead, would make a narrative summary, bring it to Kathy, and Kathy would then enter it into the database. They would follow the lead until there was no more following, and then they would
Does she
produce.
name a different database? That's my whole thing. Is she entering? So are she taking all of these tips and putting them into a different database? Because
Nope.
it's already in Orion.
Nope. Orion, and she says specifically that they were using Orion for this only. So like it's not like she was using the department's criminality database, also, and it got mixed up somewhere. Like the only reason they're going in Orion is to fuck with these things for this case.
So what database is she putting stuff into come 2020?
Well, I told you, I read you this, her timeline, according to her. She says the first assignment that she was given is that she was given numerous banker's boxes that were all full of investigative reports, handwritten ones. So police had followed up on leads. They had written out summaries, spoke with people, and described that in their reports written out. And then she had boxes and boxes of this type of information. She was asked to organize them in a way that was going to make it more accessible. So she went and got some filing cabinets and created a system to label these reports, sticking them in their own little file folder, and had a labeling system where she would name the file based on, is this a witness? Is this a person of interest, or whatever? So when she started March 1st, she was given numerous banker's boxes of written out tips, lead sheets, reports that were written out by ear, or even if they typed it up and then printed it out, but that's what it was. It was not in a system. She was asked to organize them, so she bought the filing cabinets and she filed everything. She says that she was specifically asked not to go in and read or get into the details of the report. She ultimately filled about 5 multi-drawer filing cabinets with these reports. Sometime after the filing system, after she finished the filing system, so we're still talking about these filing cabinets, she was then given this new responsibility of entering these narrative summaries into a database. It's the first time we talk about a database, and that's after she's made all of these filing cabinets. The summaries would be in a report. It would say what happened, who they talked to, who was contacted, if there was any evidence, whatever the officer put in the report. The way that it was organized was that the leads that they got, they would organize the case in leads. Each one was assigned a specific number. The leads would be put into what she called a covered lead section. And the covered lead section was basically something that somebody had responded to, and that was to distinguish it from a lead that hadn't been followed up on yet. These reports were all generated from leads that were covered, meaning somebody took some type of action on it. Then after she entered, this doesn't even make any sense. Then after she put the leads into the database, then she was asked to start entering the tips. Well, if tips become leads, why are you entering leads before you're entering tips?
So originally I thought that the banker's boxes were like the notes that needed to be put in with each of the tips. Like I thought that she was putting like the investigative reports and attaching them to each person type of thing. Do you see what I mean? So like, Sleuthy Goosey's in there, and I have the follow-up report from, criminality that interviewed Sleuthy Goosey, and so I'm going to attach that to the documentation. I'm going to attach this documentation to the file of Sleuthy Goosey. So all of everything that anybody ever talked to Sleuthy Goosey, it's all under this here. I thought that's what's in the banker's boxes. No?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense because then it says around September of 2020. So now we're talking 3 years out, more than 3 years out. She was asked to start scanning the information from each file in her file system into the database. Well, what the fuck for after she's already spent 2 years typing it up to put it in there? She said the tips were already in and the majority of the summaries were already in there, but there were other documents in this filing system that would need to be entered, and obviously the ones that hadn't made it in the first place. I have no idea what that means. So they needed to be entered. This process took her 2 years. So from September of 2020 to September of 2022, she was scanning stuff into the database. Then they moved, and she brought her physical filing cabinets. Like, I don't know why you would need to if you've put everything in the database.
Intentionally confusing. I agree.
Yes. In the process of moving from the city building back to this new location again, she was taking the materials with her and she discovered a box that had gone into a desk drawer during the process that she was scanning. In the course of going through this box, she realized that she was seeing handwritten tip numbers. So that meant to her that since she was the one that was in charge of creating and maintaining the database, that these tips were ones that had been written out before she came on. So from February 13th, 2017 through March 1st, 2017 when she showed up. And when she was going through this box in a drawer, she found a lead sheet. And the lead sheet was Doolin's about Richard Allen reporting. It says the lead sheet stated that on February 16th, 2017, Richard Allen had self-reported being on the trails.
But that would mean, according to her, that this lead sheet was not put in the system, and so it would not be tip number 74.
Well, she says then she went to her file cabinet to see if she could find something. And she said she had apparently filed a lead like this back in 2017, but she didn't remember. So to me, that says it was in the system. She just didn't remember putting it in there. This particular one had been created back in February 2017 before she had started her assistance in the case. So essentially, what it boils down to is no one's taking responsibility for who put this in the system, number one. Nobody's taking responsibility for who cleared it, number two. And everybody's claiming that with this digital system, there's no way to determine who physically typed in this tip or lead or whatever into the system back in 2017.
Yeah.
So when it was typed in, it would say what user. So if I'm logged in and I'm typing something on my computer, when Orion automatically says, okay, what you're typing right now is tip 74, there's going to be a note connected to it that says Nicole put in tip 74 on such and such a date of time.
Correct. But it's also going to have whoever's logged in that puts it as a cleared tip or follow-up
Unless,
or needs follow-up. And I think it's in one of the motions where it talks about how the tips are categorized, like how, like the follow-up. I think Holman actually says it like in his deposition, if I remember correctly, and how
okay,
it
but
tells.
here's the problem is Kathy Shank was entering things on behalf of others. So her name is on 14,000 tips or 14,000 entries into the database because Teresa was going and covering a lead and then bringing it back to Nicole, who was then putting it in the system. If I don't write that Teresa's the one that gave it to me and Teresa's the one that tracked down the lead, if I'm just typing it like word for word, what your report says, and I'm not including your name in it, then the system is going to log my name. So when you come back to me and say, who cleared this? I could say, well, I know it wasn't me because I just typed it in. There's then no way to track who actually did it if I'm the one entering it. Does that make any sense?
I understand that, but tip number 74 would have been entered before Kathy ever even came into the game. Like, she can't go back and change it and make it tip 74. Does that make sense?
So they would have to see who, there would be a name of a person that entered it into the system. Now, it's interesting because she's saying that Whiteman was listed as the last name. Nick says in this article that no, it wasn't. The FBI says that they didn't misfile anything. So if it was an FBI person that was helping them in the very, very beginning, like the first few days, then maybe Nick is telling the truth and Whiteman was not the last name that was there. But then you got to wonder what the fuck Kathy's talking about. Somebody, no matter what way you look at it when you're trying to explain it, somebody's like not telling the truth. like the cross-examination of Kathy Shank, it says the first thing is Baldwin started off by pointing out that she has no idea if the information that's actually reported in the papers is accurate at all. There could be mistakes in it because she's not the one that did it. And she apparently said it wasn't me who made the mistake. She didn't know who entered it under Richard Allen Whiteman, who worked the tip, who cleared the tip, or who marked it as cleared.
That's
Nobody
the
knows
problem.
nothing.
How do you not know who marked it as cleared? Because it's in the system. If it's marked as cleared in the system,
It would tell
then
you exactly who
the
did it.
user has to be logged in to put that there. There's no way to not know who cleared it.
Right.
And if it's not cleared in the system and it's only got this red stamp on this paperwork, then you still have tip 74 in the system that has nothing next to it. Why is it when Carter's telling us 50 times that they go back to, and when we're done going through this, we're going to go back to the beginning. Then we'll go back to the beginning. Who's going back to the beginning? Because tip number 74 is pretty much the fucking beginning.
It said she did not start entering the tips until they had moved into the city building, which was about a year after the investigation started when she began to process the tips into Orion database. So if that were true, then there shouldn't be Kathy Shank's name shouldn't be next to the date of 2017 anything. If she's claiming that she did not physically start typing things into Orion until a year later.
Yeah, I don't believe this. I don't believe these narratives. I think that there's something hinky with it.
It says if there was a narrative summary from the part preceding her time on the investigation, so before March 1st, then that she might have entered into the database prior to a year later, but not the tip. So she's basically saying she's not the, it says here, she's not the one that managed the original tip. I don't know. I'd be getting Kathy's 5 file cabinets that she thinks are her property. None of that belongs to Kathy Shank. Nothing in those file cabinets is Kathy's property. I'd be getting that immediately. Before trial, I'd have got that.
Yeah, I agree. They're not going to tell the public who screwed up, but I don't understand why. I don't understand why they're trying to downplay it like they can't figure it out. Like that's a problem for me. Like you absolutely know who did this. And wouldn't you want, like, if, and I think it's in this article, he says, like, obviously going, that not finding that tip or not seeing that tip for 5 years is like one of the biggest like issues with the whole investigation. And if you go back, you change it, but can't. Or was that Holman that said that? I don't know. One of them fucking says that.
Well, and Nick's whole thing here is that it was never lost. It was never misplaced. It was they knew where it was the entire time. They just didn't follow up on it because it said cleared, which is crazy because they told us like almost right away that they were going back through and talking to people they had already cleared, except for Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall and them. That wasn't until 2023, but so it's not really that crazy to think that they also didn't go back and I don't know. They either purposely didn't they either purposely did not investigate those people, or they actually did not go back to the beginning and start going back through everybody.
No, obviously nobody went back and went through everybody. That was all just fucking gaslighting the public into thinking they were doing something. If you went back to the beginning, you looked at tip number 74. Like that's just stupid. Yeah, we can't get it. We can't get a direct answer on the fucking name of Whiteman, and one saying that no, it was written as the address. The other one saying no, it was written as the last name. And we've heard multiple narratives about how that is what screwed up everything, which has never made sense. And now that doesn't make sense, we're just going to go with the fact that no, it was cleared, and we're going to write an entire article about how this tip was cleared, and the file was marked accordingly, according to Nick. Well,
not according to the lady that marked the file.
Right.
This whole Lamar stuff or whatever, I don't even know if that's how you actually say it, Lamar, but It literally, as soon as I read it, and I didn't read like the articles, I read the actual order that came out. And as soon as I read it, I was like, I don't believe, like I already didn't really believe, but now I certainly believe zero of what comes out of Nick McClelland's mouth. I think that he's someone who will quite literally stand there and tell you that the sky is purple and you're looking right at it like, no, it's not. It's blue. And he's like, no, it's actually purple. We can all see that it's purple. You really can't tell that that's a purple sky, and trick you into thinking either you get so tired that you're like, okay, whatever, the fucking sky is purple, or he actually convinces you. Like, I think that I think he would lie about what he ate for breakfast. Like, for no reason, just do it just because. If he's gonna let a chief of police lie to a judge in a bench trial right to his face, I don't know why we would believe anything he's telling Carol, Karen, Comet Lady, whatever. She was probably just tickled to be close to him.
Karen Comet, Carol Comet.
I don't even know her actual name.
It's up here somewhere. I don't know. It's Karen. Amy.
Amy.
Amy. Okay.
Me
Yeah,
too.
so
I agree. He's literally unable to tell the truth.
I think that like him, Holman, Carter, it's almost like they're trained just in like gaslighting techniques. Like they do gaslighting better than they do the Reed technique. Like that's more their pace.
I don't know if I think that. I almost think Coleman's just dumb. Like I think he just
is fucking dumb. Hey, True Crime
like.
Junkie.
But then at the same time, he's very. See, I thought it. I mean, I had no idea it was Amy. I don't think I have ever heard anybody call her Amy.
I think we did when we very first read one of the first articles by her, and we were like, wait a minute. That's the chick that
The minute I realized she was the snitch,
yeah,
that was it.
We were like, she's the snitch. So anyway, so I know All Eyes has done a lot on the whole tip and like the Holder tip and the Richard Allen tip, and so I think finding everything that has to do with it and going through every single story of this tip, because that in itself just proves that they're all fucking lying.
No,
you can't trust them on where the fucking tip was and what happened to it. How do you trust anything?
it's not going to be in any of these articles. It's not going to even be in any of the pleadings. You have to ask Nick McClelland directly how the number got there and who, like, because here's the thing. If the defense knew that she's sitting there saying, we have no idea who put it in the system and we have no idea who cleared it, and they have access to the Orion database where they can see whatever name is on that tip narrative from 2017. If it has an actual name, I don't know why they wouldn't have then got a hold of that person. Like why they would accept, we don't know who it was. Because if it had a name attached to it, then they would see that. You see what I'm saying?
I agree with you.
Like, we don't know who put it in there would not be a reasonable response when I'm looking right at it and it tells me the exact name of who put it in there.
Well, so Nick thinks that Kathy Shank is a hero.
He also contradicted everything she testified to.
Yes.
So he makes her look like a liar.
Or he's lying. And that she would spend 8 to 15 hours a day volunteering her time because she loves the Delphi community and she wanted to help.
Well, while we're here talking about that, you had an unknown killer in a small busybody town, because small towns are inherently full of busybodies. I'm sorry, but Kathy Shank looks like everybody's mamaw that's in everybody's business. And so it doesn't really seem like a very smart thing to have a local unpaid working 8 to 15 hours a day taking tips from people that she knows about people she knows and expecting her to, like, you have to think, she was getting tips and like referring them on to whether they should be leads or not. Why was she random, everybody's busybody mammal, the one deciding that?
Well, she's also not supposed to read any of it.
Mm-hmm.
She's not supposed to be reading anything, which was that's weird to me too, because we talked about this last night too. If you're not, how are you entering it by not reading it? And then if you're not reading it, how are you figuring out who things belong to? And they say that she'd brought us many names, but all of them we had heard of, except for
Mm-hmm.
this one. This was
Why
the
wouldn't
one
you
that we
say,
were like,
Kathy, stop reading shit, Kathy? You're not supposed to be reading things. Why do you keep bringing this stuff to us?
yeah, what are you doing? You're not an investigator.
Also, Nick asked for the $2-some-odd million and also money for a raise for him and Shane Evans, who ended up not even prosecuting the case. I would be interested to see if he did anything, meaning any deposition, anything. And for also the money to fairly give pretty good pay to another assistant and this person and that person, yet they let this old lady work 15 hours a day for 7 years and they didn't think to maybe ask for some money to pay her.
No, because they want to give her the reward money. That's how she's
Kathy,
gonna get paid.
we
They're
promised
like,
Kathy one day.
you figure out who did this, and we'll get you that reward money.
Think about it this way too. If you knew that busybody Kathy, who wasn't supposed to be reading anything, if you're any type of law enforcement officer at all, which is debatable, if she's not supposed to be reading shit, and yet she keeps bringing the things that she's not supposed to be reading to you and saying, hey, I was reading this, and I
Yes.
wonder if you know about this, wouldn't you then say to her, like, wouldn't you then, if you were a scheming motherfucker, wouldn't you then be like, Kathy keeps reading things that she's not supposed to read and then bringing to us thinking she's bringing us something we know nothing about? What if one day she was checking in her drawers and there happened to be a box? Maybe she'd find something interesting in said box.
But there was only one box left. It was the one box that she hadn't put in.
Yeah. And
There was
she,
only
by
one
God, she
box
brought
left.
it to them. And then they were like,
Now she has a banker's box inside of her desk that also matches a cleared folder in the filing cabinet.
yeah, well, but okay. Do you know how they say about men? I might be blowing everybody's spot up right now. You know how they say, like, to get a man to do what you want them to do, you have to make them think that it's their idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So, she has this habit. She has this habit, this pesky newsy habit. If you wanted to organically make it to where she stumbles upon this, like, if you really think about it, Kathy, in this situation, if you were going to go the nefarious way and you were like, he was going to win, he wanted to win the election, blah, 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 blah. If you were going to go that way, you wouldn't want Kathy to know anything because you would expect her to have to testify. So the whole thing, like, if you've done something, I don't want to know about it because if somebody asks me questions about it, I want to be able to tell the truth. And my truth is I
Plausible
don't know nothing about it.
deniability.
Yes. So here she brings it to you and she's like, I know the first 87,000 times that I've brought you these things, you already knew about it. But I just wonder if you've heard of this. I found this tip, this Richard Allen Whiteman. And then nefarious person would say, oh my God, no, I knew nothing of this. Let's go to the CVS and see if the car has spokes that you can see the light through. Divine intervention. So now, little Kathy,
We saw the light through the rims.
yeah, Bob said she's so small. Bob was like, Bob was like, she is so. Somebody sent like a picture of the press conference, and like at the press conference, Kathy Shanks, like she's like the size of a leprechaun. She's like, you can see like the tip of her head, and that's it. Like behind Nick's shoulder, she's like barely there.
Yes, yes.
And he's like, dude, that was literally her, like in the hallways of the courthouse. Like after she testified, I just kept seeing her like popping up in random spots, like in the hallway. Like she milled about the entire rest of the trial in the hallway, like a little leprechaun leaping behind trash cans and like popping up. So like you all know how Kathy is. So I'm just saying, if you were going to have anybody discover a shoebox in a drawer, oh, it's like those Russian dolls or whatever, where it's like a doll and a doll and a doll and a doll and a doll. You know, that's like what Kathy pulled out of the drawer.
Yes.
And the more she looked, the more she discovered. And it was a divine intervention. And so when she brings it, think of the pure joy, and on her husband, her deceased husband's birthday,
Oh yes.
where she finally feels like after all these years, she's contributed like what she wanted to contribute this entire time. Was she helped them solve it, and now they're going on this crusade of the only thing Kathy's missing is an S on her chest. And it was so funny because as like the AI was reading it to me, I was like, for Shank? He was like, for Superman. I thought, oh, I was gonna go with Shank, you know?
You're like, dang it, I got that one wrong.
I thought I knew it. I thought I knew the answer. But that's what Kathy felt like, right? So every time she'd bring it to them, she like was hoping that was the right answer, and they're like, "No, we already knew about that." And then finally, she brings one, and Liggett's like, "The only tip we didn't know about was the one about Richard Allen." It's like, I don't know, man. It was like one of the first tips you got, so I kind of find that hard to believe. And here's the thing: I would love to know. This whole story goes straight out the window if at any point in time anybody from 2017 to 2022, September specifically of 2022, logged anything under Richard Allen's tip number or whatever. They can no longer say that no one knew anything about Richard Allen at all until September of 2021 or 2022. Does that make any sense?
Well, yeah, they didn't, well, because nobody went back and went to the beginning, apparently.
But when they went to enter, so what I'm saying is, let's say, I'm trying to think of what could be entered. Because, you know, you start with the tip and then everything below it, like, will have the tip also.
Say it again, Sleepy, say it again.
What did I say? I don't even know.
Go ahead. Where are you starting again? And
I
then where
don't
do you go?
remember. I thought it was me. Miku's the one making you laugh.
No, it's you.
What did I say? I don't even remember.
You start with the tip and then you go down.
Oh, how dare you? I should have knew.
You had a whole process.
Oh, I should have known.
I thought you were going to tell us how you did it.
Oh my God.
Ooh. Sorry.
Aunt said Mother Goose is precious.
Yeah, that's what he said.
You are all, oh, it's past 10 p.m. So
It's only 7:30.
Oh God, Michael's here. Oh no.
Oh,
Now I feel like I've been caught doing or saying something I shouldn't.
I
Exactly.
know.
My innocent ears. Now Michael's here. How embarrassing.
He came just at the right
According to
time.
your own notes.
All right, so he says, according to, sorry, everybody, that was bad. It just got me. I don't know why I heard it the way I heard it, but that's how I heard it. Earmuffs, Michael, earmuffs. We went off rail for a second.
Dad's here.
Dad's here. According to your notes of Andrew's report, Shank did say Rick was in Orion.
Michael, I don't know where you were. I basically read all of Kathy Shank's everything. She does say it's in Orion, but she doesn't know who put it there. Nick is saying, oh my God.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm going to
startled
do
me. I thought you were laughing at the fact there was a Richard Allen Whiteman. I was trying to figure out what was so funny.
it was you with your description of what to do.
You startled me.
This is how you do it. She's like, you start.
I was trying to explain. See, I was trying to learn you folks, and
It's like, what kind of lessons are we teaching here?
now we'll never know. Now we'll never know because until I can figure out a way to explain it a different way. Tales of 100 tips.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
My point was the very first thing that comes through. But here's the problem. She did not put the tips in first. She put the leads in first. She led with the lead and then put in the tips. So she went backwards. And so, but I don't know how you file a lead in Orion if there's no tip that began that file or whatever. See, I feel like now I can't properly explain it.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So when we're talking about tip narrative 74, how does tip narrative 74 itself get in there if you're entering the leads first? A lead and a tip is different. You can't get to the lead until you have a tip.
Well, I think they're I think they're using that interchangeably.
Mm-mm. I read it. She
But we know
specifically.
the tip is number 74. So it's already in there. There's no question about it. So whoever's in there messing with this tip number 74, any movement made on it should be logged by the system so they know who the user is.
So someone, that's what I'm saying. Kathy can't say, Nick can't say, no one can say, we don't know who put the tip in because it has a name attached to it.
It's
So
the same thing with the cleared.
So the only way I can think of where somebody wouldn't know who did it is if Kathy, who has no power to clear anybody or hunt down a lead, right? She doesn't have the authority to do either of those. But if she's putting them into Orion for someone who does have that authority, what are the odds that Kathy 8 years later is going to know which person of authority had her enter that on their behalf? Does that make any sense?
No.
I hate you. Do I have to come up with a sexual way to explain it? Is that the only way
I
I'm getting
probably
through to
understand
anybody?
it, but no, please. I think I've already screwed this up enough. The chat is totally derailed. I totally fucked up the chat. Okay. Say it again. Dumb it down for me like Rosie would.
So, so incorporating what Michael said that there could be leads with no tips. My thing is when we were reading Kathy's testimony notes, she says that she put in the leads into Orion first, not the tips.
But you don't think they're using them interchangeably?
Now I'm going to pull it back up so I can read exactly what it says.
That's true, Alan. If we just, it was the divine interventioner, hand of God, wrote, cleared, and then rendered it invisible until Mr. Shank's birthday. It's simples. But they can be that can be interchanged, is what I'm saying. That's how I interpreted the way that she was saying it.
But if we're talking specifically about Richard Allen, the lead sheet was not generated until his tip came in. So the tip comes before the lead.
Right.
So when she started, if she was putting in leads first, she specifically said that she was putting in leads first, and she said they were different. So she said, so much of this is like, she said her first assignment or whatever was these banker's boxes that she was given. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Fiend. So it says tips for her would be the email tips, phone call tips, people that were coming in and just giving a tip. So and so looks like bridge guy, whatever. The first assignment she was given numerous bankers boxes that were full of investigative reports. Police had followed up on leads and written summaries, spoke with people, described that in their reports. Boxes and boxes of this type of information. She was told to organize it. This is where she got the filing cabinets. She did 5 multi-drawer filing cabinets. She also had a coworker nobody ever named. Oh my God. So,
Quit on me, Sleepy. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find specifically where she said that like a tip and a lead is all different. At some point, it says, so at some point, just like the tips fell off, the law enforcement officers also began to fall off. Fewer and fewer of them were involved. Blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah, blah. She's in a back room. She starts scanning stuff, taking tips, entering tips into a database. September of 2020, she starts scanning information from each of her files in the filing cabinet into the system. That took her 2 years. It literally says here, the database had a system to be able to identify who had processed the tip so she could go back and search by that name. And according to her, her name shows on over 14,000 tips that were processed. In the course of going through this box, she realized she was seeing handwritten tip numbers.
Okay.
So in theory, we're starting this investigation. I'm taking tips. I'm picking up the phone and I'm taking these tips. And each one that I take, when I write it down on my little piece of paper, Teresa called on this date at this time with this tip. It's tip number 1. Then the next person calls and I say, Teresa called on this date and time with this tip. And this is tip number 2. Put it in that pile. Fiend calls at this date and time with this tip. And this is tip number 3. Put it in that pile.
Yep.
So these are all handwritten tips with tip numbers. I'm with them until you start talking about them going into Orion. Because if Orion automatically assigns it a number, you would have to, when you start putting stuff in Orion, you then would have to go back to and find the handwritten tip that says tip number 1. Otherwise, your handwritten tip is not going to match the Orion tip.
Correct. Because once she puts it in there, it's going to be tip number 14,280.
Right.
That's
So it
why I
doesn't.
asked, is she inputting something into a different system? Are they no longer, is she trying to take all this paperwork and put it into something that isn't Orion?
They've not said anything about anything that was not Orion. The only other, like, quote, database is not really a database. It's a filing system, the cabinets, the physical cabinets. Like, when she started March 1st of 2017, why at that point was she still taking to then fill up 5 filing cabinets with handwritten or typed out physical pieces of paper as opposed to them all being in Orion? Like, was her filing cabinet supposed to be just a mirror of Orion? Maybe. But then what doesn't make sense about that is her then saying in September of 2020, 3 years later, she's scanning stuff into the database. So at that point, then you're having to go through and find, you have to go through and find the tip that this thing you're currently scanning belongs with, like whatever name it's supposed to go under or whatever. Which is what I was saying, was basically like, okay, so then when you were going through and doing all of that, in theory, there should be nothing in Orion that you're scanning in before September 21st, 2022, right?
Correct.
Otherwise, you would have recognized and noticed it before September 21st, 2022.
But whatever she's done, whatever she starts in 2020, right? And she says this is like the last one in 2022. It's like her last box. Am I making that up? Is that not what she said? Like
She said,
it took her 2 years or something like that to put all of this stuff in the system, or was that filing?
it says around September of 2020, she was asked to start scanning stuff from each file in her file cabinet into the database. The
What
tips
database?
into Orion. The tips were already in, and the majority of the summaries were there, but there were other documents in this filing cabinet, these 5 filing cabinets, that needed to be entered. So essentially, the only way she would know that is if she was going paper by paper in 5 filing cabinets and then typed whatever it was on that into Orion to see if it would pop up. And then if it did pop up, she'd say, okay, this is already in there, and put it back in the folder. If it wasn't, she scanned it in the computer and put it into Orion. So she would have gone through every piece of paper in her 5 filing cabinets, which took her 2 years. So,
And then she found a banker's box.
yes. So, no. So you've now completed that. Okay. You've gone through your whole ass filing, all 5 filing cabinets, each piece of paper. You've done all of that. You didn't see anything about Richard Allen. Everything's scanned in. Everything's fine. Okay. Well, now you're getting more and more access to the details of the investigation, but you're still not focused on becoming familiar with any of the details of the investigation. The investigation moved again because they needed more room. So it took you 2 years to do all this filing. Now you're moving to another location. She brought all 5 of her filing cabinets with her for whatever reason, even though every single thing, according to these people, that was in the filing cabinet is now in Orion. You have no reason to need those filing cabinets anymore. Okay. In the process of moving from the city building back to whatever this new location is again, they moved twice. When they're moving back to this new location, she was taking materials, digging through the boxes, digging through the drawers to make sure she was emptying all her shit out. And when she did, she discovered a box in a desk drawer. It was not a folder that was in the 5 filing cabinets. She doesn't say that it was a banker's box, just that it was a box in a desk drawer. And inside that box, when she was pilfering through it, she saw handwritten tip numbers. So when she saw the handwritten tip numbers, she said, we stopped handwriting tip numbers whenever I started on March the 1st, so this had to have come before that. At that point, she found a lead sheet, and the lead sheet stated that on February 16th, 2017, Richard Allen had self-reported being on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 and had seen 3 girls. And before doing anything with it, and the lead sheet said cleared. Before bringing it to Liggett or doing anything else, she started investigating. She, at one point, it says, so although it's not her job to read through or be familiar with the details of the case, at one point she'd even been specifically told not to. Obviously, over the course of this, she indicated she had previously read that a young girl had seen one girl had seen a man on the trails at the same time in the place that he reported being. This seemed like a possible connection caused her concern. Again, she did not bring it to anybody. Instead, she went to her filing cabinet to see what she could find. She has no idea how that ended up in that box. When she went to her filing cabinet, she found that she had apparently filed a lead just like that back in 2017, but she didn't remember how it got there. But Kathy's the only one that was in her filing cabinets. This particular one had been created back in February 2017 before she started her assistance on the case. So I'm not really sure if that's the lead and it was not filed because it was in a box and not in your filing cabinet. You're saying you filed a lead like this in 2017, but then it would be in your file folder for you to know that. It wouldn't be in this box. It would be in your filing cabinet. So none of this makes sense of how that could be 2 places at once, unless she was copying everything twice. She said she never prepared written sheets. So that's part of how she knew that it was the ones that pre-existed the database. The lead sheet said the name of the person was Richard Allen Whiteman. Whiteman was listed as the last name. She found Richard Allen Whiteman in the filing cabinet. And then inside that folder for Richard Allen Whiteman, she found a narrative summary that had been entered into the database back in February 2017. But the name on the narrative summary written by Dan Doolin said Richard Allen. So she was like, oh, my folder says Richard Allen Whiteman, but the narrative says Richard Allen. So Richard Allen and Richard Allen Whiteman are the same person.
Okay, so all it says, the lead sheets are printed. It's just a list of that's generated from the tips that Liggett, Hammond, Harper, whoever approved for follow-up. Each follow-up team got a lead sheet, then filed the reports. So the lead sheet is what has the stamp of cleared.
The narrative. So there's a lead sheet and then there's the narrative. So there's the lead sheet that doesn't have a narrative until someone follows up on the lead. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the lead sheet would be somebody else's. The narrative that came from that would be Doolin's.
Okay.
What she found in the box in the drawer
is the lead
was the lead sheet.
So, okay.
Now, if you remember, I feel like I remember, and I'd have to look, but I think Doolin, did he not testify to something? Didn't he say he wrote on the back of the lead sheet?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure he did say that he wrote everything from his meeting with Richard Allen on the back of the lead sheet and then went and types up the narrative. What?
He goes back and he puts it all into the system. That's what he says.
So he did. So he wrote on the back of the lead sheet. So what she found in this drawer would be, if it's the original lead sheet, it would have Dan Dolan's writing on the back of it, and it would match, pretty much, it would match whatever he typed up, which was then in her filing cabinet. So the
She
lead
didn't have his report in her filing cabinet, right?
It says that she did, because that was what was marked as cleared. It says the lead narrative. So the narrative that was written up about the lead was in her filing cabinet and had a mark on it indicating it had been cleared. Her coding system had marked green on cleared files.
Okay, so the sticker's like on the file folder, and then the paperwork inside has a red stamp cleared.
She said, so when she found this lead sheet in this file, she brought it to Liggett. So the lead sheet was also in the file. How can one lead sheet that exists? And actually, I want to say, now that it's coming back to me, I think Dolan said that he wrote on the back of the lead sheet, typed it up, and then stapled his report to the lead sheet. So why does a lead sheet minus a report exist in this box, but also a lead sheet is in your filing cabinet? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm still going to go back to my original problem with this entire thing is it's in the fucking Orion system as tip number 74. It's not lost or anything to do with being filed as a cleared. It's in there as 74. It's in the system. So
and she literally says,
come in forward and say we stopped using Orion and we took every piece of paper and decided to put it into DB's tech system, then and we decided to use that instead. So we had to re-enter everything. It makes no sense because it's already in the system as tip number 74. And it has to be marked how they followed up on it. That needs no whatever. There's there's literally codes, and they just go put it in there. It has to be there.
Oh, so what she says. So this is cross where she says that tips and leads are separate. The narrative summaries, they're separate. That the narrative summaries are the reports that the officers would make when they go and follow up with someone. So they get the lead sheet, they go follow up on this lead, and they write these narrative summaries. Correct. It says that she would enter the tip, and it would either be left as a tip or be determined to be a lead. If it was a lead, someone would be assigned, it would be assigned as a lead in the database, and then somebody would follow up on it. They would make a narrative summary and bring it to her. And then she would enter that into the database. So now, Dolan saying, I wrote on the back of the lead sheet, I then went to my computer and I typed it up, I printed it out, and I stapled it to the lead sheet and handed it to Kathy Shank. It would then become Kathy's responsibility.
Kathy wasn't there yet.
Well, then whoever the equivalent of Kathy was before Kathy was a thing. Or throw it in this box, in these bankers' boxes. But what doesn't make any sense is that the lead sheet would be just sitting on its own. If you only have the lead sheet, and Dan Dolan, within days of the murders, what would be the reason for reprinting that same lead sheet? Why would any other copy of the lead sheet exist for Richard Allen after he's printed it, brought it out, wrote on it while he talked to Richard Allen? Oh, and you know what? That's the other thing. We don't know when Dan Dolan entered his narrative. It could have been Kathy Shank he handed it to. Couldn't it?
I'd have to go back because he says I think he testifies to a timeline. But remember, we were talking about this, and I never went back and looked at the notes from his testimony. But I think he testifies to a timeline of when he does all these things.
Let me see. Also, literally all these officers or whatever, why was everybody off that day, the day that something happened? So on the 16th, he offered to help. On the 18th, he started following up on leads. So he got the lead sheet printed out and given to him. He's the one that's assigned the lead. And it was very basic. The name, contact info, whatever the reporting person said about why the person they're following up with is pertinent. He would get the lead, go talk to the person. That would usually be the end of it, and he would close it out. So it would be cleared. He got the lead sheet about Richard Allen, followed up on it. It says Richard Allen Whiteman was listed as the source. So then on February 18th, he called this phone number on the sheet, and it was Richard Allen. So he said, "Let's meet up." And they did. This is one of the first leads that he conducted. We know what he did. He got the information from the phone. He ran Mr. Allen's driver's license, printed out his picture, put a little package back together with all that information, the original lead sheet, his narrative summary, and the driver's license and photograph. He stapled it up and submitted it. He provided the phone information to the forensic investigators, and that was the end of his role in the investigation of Mr. Allen. He did not follow that lead anymore. And then in September of 2022, he got a call. He didn't remember the name. He had a binder full of the tips that he had worked on. He put in the name, and it brought up a Word document, which doesn't make any sense, because if you're looking in your binder, you don't put in a name. I don't understand that. So it brought up a Word document. These motherfuckers have keyboarded binders, and so then he went on like his other computer.
On his computer. Because it was weird that he had like a binder. I don't know. That was already weird anyway.
It
was a Word
grocery
binder.
store. 5 to 10 minute conversation. He wasn't weird. No, I don't see anywhere where it says like what date he went out to the scene on the 17th. So he didn't start doing anything till the 18th. I don't see where he provided a date of when he submitted his report.
I think he says he went directly and did it, I think, is the whole thing.
Well, no.
That's just my memory, so please take that for whatever you want, because I don't know.
If you're creating a packet, so he's saying what he did was he had this lead sheet, he had the one he wrote on the back of, he had the report that he typed up in the computer of what he physically wrote on the back of the lead sheet. He got a copy of Richard Allen's driver's license and then a picture of him. And he put all these together, in a physical copy, paper copy, and he stapled them together and submitted it like that. Well, why are you doing all that if you're going to submit it electronically? Why are you printing out all these pieces of paper and stapling them together? I don't think he put it in any kind of database. Just like I know good and goddamn well he didn't type his name into a binder and it pulled up Richard Allen.
Yeah, if you have his driver's license, you can't mess up his name.
Well, and he just spent the time talking to him. He says, like, if the original tip said Richard Allen Whiteman, then that's one thing. But then when he went to submit his lead and stuff, his lead and his narrative, he just spoke to the man. He knows his name is not Richard Allen Whiteman. Everything of his would say Richard Allen.
Which is, I think, what he says that, no? He says it in the ad. One of them testifies that it says Richard Allen and the address is Whiteman.
Yeah, but then Kathy says that the last name is listed as Whiteman. See, here's the thing. They tell you these bizarro stories that don't make any sense, but then they throw in something that's supposed to be really suspicious. Like, Kathy just testified and nothing she said makes any sense. And now I'm testifying and hardly anything I say makes sense unless you think you can type into binders. But he changed his height on his fishing license, and that was suspicious.
Oh, did the juror get asked about that? Like, is that
No,
why you changed your mind, was because of the height difference on the fishing license? That's what did it for you?
nope. They didn't ask about that.
Yeah, I don't know. This tip thing is going to bother me probably forever. And like a few people said in chat, I don't know if we'll ever get an answer to it, but it doesn't add up. It makes no sense. I don't understand it. I don't understand how this person is being considered a hero for finding a tip that's technically not lost. I don't really understand any of that, but because it's in the system, it's in Orion, it's tip number 74. They put that in the PCA. Like that's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I don't know. It leads me into the next part of what he says here, though, because he talks about all the highs and lows and so on and so forth, and how he was a defense attorney, but he tells them, um, okay, so my initial reaction to everything is like, all right, prove it.
Yeah, I don't. For some reason, Nick, I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either, because isn't that what Click was writing to him about? Like, I have proof. This is my proof of this, that, and the other. And he doesn't even
That's
meet with Click.
yes. I was just about to say that. That certified letter came directly to him,
Mm-hmm.
and he,
Put it on investigators and law enforcement. I do that
yes,
every time I get a case. I say, all right, prove it. Click writes you a letter and gives you an 85-page report and says, let me prove it. And you don't talk to him.
85 pages of Brady material. Like, it can't be more your problem at this point. Like, it should be your prerogative to speak to this man, especially after you find out that he sent it to the defense too.
No,
Like,
they're not allowed to prove it. He doesn't want them to prove it. He purposely makes it so they can't prove it.
well, no. What he did was he had Holman go get all the evidence, like they were going to do something about it, and made sure that they knew everything the defense knew as much as possible, and then used that information to try to say that they were cleared. And I would love to know someone who knows. I don't know how Bob didn't ask about this, and I don't know how I didn't tell him to. I would love to
And
know the
he still has
defense's.
a second part with Rosie, so don't tell him.
Oh yeah, but it's more of a thing for Baldwin. But I would love to know the reaction to Holman claiming that he knows what the explanation for Elvis's "if my spit's on one of the girls and I could explain it," what his explanation was for that. I would wonder if the defense had ever heard
Oh,
that explanation and what
that
the.
somebody picked up my spit and moved it to the crime scene.
Yeah, is Michael still here? I don't even know. I don't even know that he said anything about that to me, but that I guess he supposedly talked to Elvis again after he made that comment. Holman did, and that his explanation for that was that he wanted to know if he had spat on the ground and some unknown perpetrator came and scooped up that dirt at that moment and carried the dirt in its pocket to then go commit a crime in the woods and then shake out his pocket to leave the dirt and spit at the crime scene. That's what Elvis was thinking when he said that. Are you serious? Holman had a long time, at least a year, to come up with
Well,
something better than that.
my issue with that still comes to that Murphy testified, and nobody from the prosecution said, hey, you didn't bother to ask him what he meant by that. And he says, oh yeah, I did ask him what he meant by that, and he told me that it was about picking up the spit and bringing it over there. That's not how his testimony goes. His
Or in
testimony is, it's one of the biggest regrets he has was not taking Elvis Fields back to the station and questioning him further about that.
and at that time, Nick should have stood up and said in cross-examination, "Are you aware that Elvis Fields gave A, B, and C as an explanation for that comment. And he would either say, no, I had no idea, or he'd say, I did, but it didn't sit right with me, or yes, I knew. Like, just like with this whole cleared thing with all these people, it's he was cleared, but still nobody knows what Elvis's, and I'm just saying Elvis because in particular, much was said, and I don't understand people saying Elvis was clear, but nobody knows what Elvis's alibi was.
Right.
Half the people standing around think that he was still at the hospital.
They're like, he has an alibi. He was at the hospital.
Yeah, like this nice man was visiting his sick friend in the hospital.
Michael Osberg just said he's on the phone. He just heard that Rick did get a call out, which we heard a little bit ago in chat too. Word is that he's in really good spirits and the civil cavalry is on the way.
Oh, good. Because now that means any fuckery, the civil attorneys, there's a block of some sort. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Indiana girl just said, "What does civil cavalry meant?" I assumed that it meant the civil attorneys.
Well, hopefully, maybe when Michael gets a chance, he can respond. Hey, Frank Meister. With Libby's phone, someone is interacting when they admit Richard Allen wasn't because he never came back. Straight out of Attorney Ajay's mouth. Okay, hold on. I got to reread this because it says...
I know what he's saying.
RA is BG. I don't know what is. With Libby's phone, someone is interacting when they admit Richard Allen wasn't because he never came back.
You're
Am I reading that wrong?
yes.
Okay.
No, but you're like enunciating the wrong parts of it. What he's trying to say is with Libby's phone, someone's interacting when they admit Richard Allen wasn't there because he never came back. He's saying that Jennifer Auger, essentially, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, he's trying to say that Jennifer Auger admitted in an interview that when she said they admit it wasn't Richard Allen because he never came back, that essentially she was asserting that he was there at the crime scene and did not return to it. Like she's admitting that he was there, he just never returned.
Okay. I'm still confused by that because we know he's there.
No, he's referring to the physical crime scene where the phone was located. What he's asserting is that she was admitting that he was at the physical crime scene because she said, according to the prosecution, he did not return to the crime scene. So he's saying
I know that he thinks Richard Allen is guilty. And I'm fine with that. Frank Meister can absolutely think whatever he wants to think. He's still welcome here, and I'm still going to try to figure out what he's talking about. So everybody, please.
Oh wait, you know what? He has a timestamp somewhere. He posted the timestamp of specifically what he's talking about. If you look, I think it's on his community page. Maybe.
Okay.
He'll say, I think it was with Bob. Yeah, this. I thought this was what I said.
That he means he was at crime scene once but didn't come back to it.
That's what Frank Meister is saying that Jennifer Auger is saying. That he was at
I don't take it that way at all because
I mean I don't either, but that is what he's asserting.
Yeah, I don't take it that way because for me there's when Richard Allen is at the bridge. And if we're saying that makes Richard Allen bridge guy, I also think that kind of creates another conundrum because you can't prove Richard Allen is BG. You can't prove BG is at the crime scene. So even if you prove Richard Allen is BG, you don't prove BG is at the crime scene. So you have a couple steps there, but that's neither here nor there in this. But him not coming back is the whole point is that there's something happening with the phone. And if Richard Allen is the killer, then he had to have come back to this crime scene according to the prosecution. And
Well,
they're
and at
saying,
the
no, he
very
didn't, right? And I mean, am I interpreting it that correctly? I think I
no,
read that wrong and it threw me off.
and at the very least, even if let's just entertain if the person who was fucking with the phone was not the killer, let's just say, even that person would have knowledge of two deceased girls in the woods because they were messing with the phone where two girls were found, and it was found under one of the girls. So what OJ is saying is somebody, this got brought up actually when they were talking about an alibi too, and I couldn't help but think, like, what good would it have done to have Kathy say anything about the alibi? Because at some point she would have fallen asleep, right?
There is no alibi. I don't think anybody's disputing that there's an alibi. Nobody's saying that Richard Allen has an alibi.
Well, regardless, if she's home at 5:30, putting her on the stand to say, when I got home at 5:30, he was there and he was fine and he wasn't doing anything, it wouldn't have mattered, because at that point, the prosecution was already saying that the person they alleged to be the killer was already gone from the scene and not coming back.
Okay, I can see where they're picking that up. Then I guess I don't. That is not my understanding or my interpretation of the point of that comment by her, though. So I don't take it that way at all.
Well, that's
It's
how
like,
he took
if
it.
you're saying Richard Allen is at the crime scene, then you're saying Richard Allen had to come back. If you're saying Richard Allen's at the crime scene to be the killer, then you're saying Richard Allen had to come back to the crime scene to mess with this phone. But you're telling me Richard Allen didn't come back to the crime scene to mess with this phone. So therefore, Richard Allen can't be at the crime scene at all. Because
But
whoever's at the crime scene is the person who's messing with the phone. So I take that completely differently.
he's not saying that she was basing her comment off of the prosecution's theory. He's saying that she slipped and was admitting that he was at the scene but didn't come back, so couldn't have been the one to mess with the phone.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't agree with that statement. So I get it.
Also,
I agree with his assessment of that comment. I mean, but it's neither here nor there.
with
Uh,
Gilletta here, that the person that did this, like, I would also be willing to bet that the person who did it has an alibi.
So that was a big rumor for a really long time with the insiders, on social media, long before Richard Allen was arrested. So people who followed this case for a super long time, you guys will know this part, is that they knew who committed the crime, but that person had a family member that was giving them an alibi, and they were waiting for this alibi to be crushed, essentially. So it was something along the lines of, I'm the killer, but my mom thinks I'm outside mowing the lawn. So when they ask my mom says, yeah, he was here the whole day outside mowing the lawn.
Right. And she
And
really
so
might
now
think
I have an
that.
alibi because my mom thinks I'm outside mowing the lawn, when in essence, I'm not there at all. That was a huge, huge thing for a very long time. That was when Carter was saying it's a prominent person in the community and people are going to be very surprised with who it is. That was when they supposedly knew who it was.
Yeah, well, like you said
I
last
think
night, Richard Allen's not a prominent person in the community.
right.
Folks never even heard of him, and they saw him probably every day. But also, even the FBI said it in terms of, like, what guilty people do in trying to get an alibi. Well, and also, you have to consider which alibis would be okay. So if I call you, Teresa, if I kill somebody at 1 o'clock and I call you at 2 o'clock when I'm done, and I'm talking to you like normal, and I tell you um, that I'm at home cleaning up the house, getting ready for company or whatever, and really I'm 15 miles away. I'm on the phone with you. You don't know where I am.
Mm-hmm.
If the person I killed is not found for 24 hours and the police immediately, for whatever reason, think that that person died between 1 and 1:30, or let's say they think they died between 1:30 and 2:30. Well, I'm on the phone with Teresa at 2 o'clock, so it couldn't have been me. And Teresa doesn't know anything, so she's going to testify that I was on the phone with her at 2 o'clock and I sounded perfectly fine.
Yep.
Well, if the crime is happening, I'm obviously not going to be on the phone with you acting normal. So I would essentially be cleared because of my alibi. I have an alibi. That's why I don't understand, like, this whole everything was over by 3:30. Well, if you didn't find them until noon the following day, how do you know when they died? You can't just simply go off of the phone stopped moving, because what if the phone fell and you still had them still alive? What if she was hiding the phone and she hid on top of the phone for 7 hours while they're being tortured or whatever in that location?
Right.
They didn't die at that moment. So it's like, I don't really understand how they narrowed it down to that tiny time frame. And then when you're talking about alibis, well, if we think it's over by 3:30 and oh, I hate to say that. That is a terrible name and you need to change it. If
John
John
Doe.
Doe
Yep.
is in the area, but he's in the area at 3:32 and everything was over by 3:30, well, then we're going to clear John Doe because it's after the time that we think the crime happened.
I see your point.
So I don't understand. Like, I think that no matter what would have happened, even if he had an alibi, I think there was so much room for like it to change that it wouldn't have mattered. Like, let's say they weren't found till noon the next day. So let's say Kathy was like, I was there at 5:30 and everything was fine. There was no blood anywhere or whatever. We went to bed at 10 o'clock. And when I woke up at, I sleep heavy. And when I woke up at 5 in the morning, he was still next to me when I got up to go pee. Well, it could have easily changed to, well, the girls weren't found until noon the following day. So maybe he returned and he did not bring his cell phone. It was pinging at his house because he didn't bring his phone, because people that commit crimes know not to bring their phones. Like, people really don't understand that it's not as easy to like wiggle yourself out, prove your innocence like people think that it is. One thing that I love that people say is, and this, I'm honestly not even talking about this case. I was specifically in my head thinking about Brian Koberger when I was thinking of this, but they're like, if he's innocent, then he just needs to tell them his alibi. And it's like, what world do you live in that you think that when they arrest you and they put you in jail and they think you've done it, that you're just going to be like, I swear I was at home, like by myself, sleeping at 3 a.m. That they're going to be like, oh, okay. No, they're going to say, and you could say, check my phone. My phone was at my house all night. I was sleeping. And they're going to say, well, people that commit crimes know that we're going to check their phone, so they don't bring it with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, you really can't
Right.
it's not as easy as you think. And to be honest, this is speaking from my own self. When people talk about like framing somebody, I never in my head am I thinking, I'm going to go to your trash and I'm going to take your DNA from, oh, like Elvis. I'm not going to go scoop up dirt at your house so I could dump it at a crime scene and then say that you were there. That's not what I think of when I think of framing. I think you did it, Teresa. And so now I'm going to find every single piece of evidence that I can make seem like you did it. Like this.
Right.
puts you where I need it to be and when I need you to be it. Or, you know, well, we'll clear Nicole because her phone wasn't in the area, but Teresa's phone wasn't in the area. And I know that criminals don't bring their phones with them.
Right. So why couldn't it have been you?
Correct.
Why couldn't you leave your phone at home? Why does it got to be me?
Correct.
So I want to address something real quick. So Frank Meister in chat is talking about everything being sealed. He is not wrong. So people are questioning him about that. I will read you the email response that Sleuthy sent me so that you guys can probably, and this is probably exactly what he's talking about. So she is stopping the production of or putting out anything to do with the exhibit. So technically, I mean, you could call it sealed, I guess, unless he's got a different response that I don't know about, which I wouldn't. But so it says like your demand for copies of exhibits was forwarded to me, blah, blah, blah. This is from Judge Gull. Please be advised that at some point after the completion and the filing of the exhibit volumes for appeal, the court will provide access to exhibits that are not sealed and confidential pursuant to Indiana rules of public access or court order. They will not be available until that point, as it is important that they remain organized and accessible for the appellate record. So essentially saying until everything is done, it's until essentially the court clerk gets everything caught up with what she needs to do for all of her stuff, they're not going to be giving out any of the stuff to the public.
Well, guess what? That's not going to fly because that's not right at
Well,
all.
but here's the thing is if they only have Jody doing all of this by herself and she's now the one that they're literally putting in charge, which FOIA requests and stuff like that don't go through the court clerk. So it's a very strange anyway. I've done
Yes,
tons
it
of FOIA
does.
requests.
Yes, it does.
I don't do it through the court clerks.
Jody is the court reporter for the judge.
I
She
understand,
does.
but she's not in charge of discovery. So like if I do a
You're
FOIA
talking about
request,
something different. You're talking about discovery. So Jody deals with all the exhibits that are presented at a hearing and
yes.
admitted or at the trial. But all the exhibits attached to court filings goes to the court clerk in Carroll County, not Allen County.
Yes. Okay. So you're right. I am talking about discovery exhibits. Yes. So but that's not that part. She's trying to get. That's what I'm saying. If you put everything on Jody's back, Jody is going to be struggling.
But Jody
So
should
the
have been
lawyers asked for
doing
the
those things.
transcript of the initial hearing, and that's denied. But Hughes asked for the sentencing transcript and gets it. So I have approval for the initial hearing and the sentencing transcript.
And it was going to take 2 to 3 weeks for the initial hearing. That's only 10 pages, but the 34-page sentencing thing went out today.
It's already done. Correct.
But my thing is Jody's not now going back a whole 2 years to try to gather like when they're at a hearing, she's getting all the shit and organizing it. Like it's happening as she's doing it. The lawyers are not waiting till the end of sentencing to request transcripts from hearings and exhibits that were entered. Does that make sense? Like they're requesting the
Yes.
transcripts long ago because they need it for the trial.
But you don't have to. But my thing is you don't have to do a FOIA request through. Michael, she told me it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to get the initial hearing transcript. That's what she said. So, but it is. But I mean, she did approve it. It is coming, but it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to get it. The other one, the sentencing hearing is done. It just needs to be picked up.
But as for Jody, her putting together this thing for the appellate attorneys, if she has the time to stop and send just the sentencing transcripts somewhere or fulfill a request for just the sentencing transcripts, then she can stop to send a file electronically of an exhibit that's requested from a hearing because it already exists in a folder. All it takes is attaching it to an email and sending it. She literally doesn't have to do anything more than that. And it also has no bearing on her organization for the record for the appellate attorneys at all. It's not like we're dealing in only originals. And if Jody sends me exhibit B from a March hearing that it's going to fuck up the entire.
It's going to be out of order. Yeah, because it's like she has to be able to keep them. What did she say? Provided it's
Organized.
important that they remain organized and accessible for the appellate
Yeah.
record. It has nothing to do with
Neither. Exactly. Neither of those things are affected by you attaching it to an email. Like, it doesn't leave your computer. It doesn't move to a different folder. It'll remain exactly where it is from the minute you hit send. So that's not an acceptable excuse. That's really simply just she's aware that that could take a very long time. How do you have the initial hearing transcript, Frank, from 10/28/2022?
No, he's talking. He has the one. I thought you were saying that you got the. Okay, I'm confused. The initial hearing transcript. You're talking
From
about the one
10,
from October of 2022?
he says, yes, that's very interesting.
Because she doesn't. She told me she doesn't have it done.
Yeah.
I
I don't
you
know.
got.
I
thought you
I
got the
think
sentencing one.
I said from, don't say no, don't ask him no more questions. Frank, is the transcript from the initial hearing that you're talking about, is it the one from October 28th, 2022? And how many pages is it? Because that will Judge Jessica, nobody speak.
Nobody speak. We're just trying to
I
get
just,
clarification. I have initial and sentencing. I got it months and months ago.
that can't be so. Because she did say that
She
it's
said
not been,
she
it's
doesn't
not
have
even.
it done. Can you check the date? No, are you? You know what? I think you might be talking about the November
November.
2nd one, which we
He
do
is.
have.
He must be.
Just double check the date, because I'm just saying when she emailed, she said it won't be done for 2 weeks, and that was just this week. So this.
Yeah, he probably definitely has the November one, but not
Okay.
the other one.
So I'm gonna go back. So R&M said that she denied it on the record for the initial hearing. The email said.
No. So trial counsel asked for it. She, instead of like prepare whatever, I can't say that word, instead of doing the thing, she said she was forwarding that to appellate counsel, like the request and everything. So if it's prepared tomorrow, it's not going to go to it sounded like if it's prepared tomorrow, it's not going to go to trial counsel, it's going to go to the appellate attorneys.
Right. Okay. I think I'm understanding. I don't know. We've been on here a long time. My brain's going to start to go like, wait a minute, what am I talking about anymore? So the initial hearing when there's no attorneys, where he says, I'm going to hire my own attorney. There's no counsel, all that stuff. Just his initial 10/28/2022. That one is requested and being made. It's deposited. It's being made. The next one, his initial hearing with his attorneys, is November 22nd, 2022. We have that transcript. Now,
He's saying he requested the transcript in 2022. So he's still saying that he
okay, so
has
that
the
wouldn't have come from Jody. Then that would have been
from whoever the court reporter in Carroll County is. But he's saying it was from Allen County.
okay. So
Because remember, this October 28th, 2022 would have happened in front of Diener, not in front of Goal.
yeah, because that's Diener. That's before Diener leaves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So hold on. So I'll read my email about why they won't release. I'll tell you the rule that she tells me why they won't release the audio.
She
I don't
doesn't
remember
read
what
the rule.
rule she cited, so I'm gonna
She
go back
doesn't.
she cites a rule to me.
In the one for in
Why she
this
won't
most
give me the
recent.
audio? Because when I
Oh.
requested the audio.
Oh, but that was like when trial was still happening. We're not talking about the one she sent out like yesterday to people.
No. This was what I asked for right after trial. It's like
Yeah.
literally when the day trial was done. When I was following up on my July, because she still owes me July, August, the rest of the transcripts that I have to pay full price for. Because remember, we got the other ones for the $1 per page, the ones that the defense team requested. So for the July, August hearings, we only had the partial transcripts. She said, when I asked about the audio, she said trial rule 74 permits only parties to the case to request audio, not the public or media. So it will
Oh,
not
yeah,
be.
I remember that. Because remember, she said that you would have to like get an attorney. She might not have said this to you. Maybe this is the one she sent to me. Was you'd have to get an attorney and file a motion with the court. So I'm sorry if Frank does in fact have the October 28th, 2022 hearing transcript, and it's not being produced now until the week after a motion to correct error is due, knowing that that's one of the things that would likely be attached since it's been brought up as an argument before. One would have a really difficult time trying to understand how this would not be some type of thwarting of filing a motion to correct error. Because if it's already typed up, there's no preparation time. There's no reason for it to take 2 to 3 weeks because it's already done. Again, it's in a folder that
He's
you just
saying
have
he
to
got it from
attach to an
Carroll
email.
County, so he wouldn't have got it from Jody. Somebody asked though about the about.
But I wonder if Jody is now the records keeper.
She is. That's how we ended up with Jody. Because she's now the official keeper of records. Somebody asked about another hearing, and I don't know if they were talking about the quote unquote safekeeping hearing that never actually happened, which would be 11/3. Somebody tell me if I got that date wrong. 11/3/2022. There is no transcript of that. Because
there was no hearing.
There was no hearing. And then there's the motion that the defense filed, the motion to get rid of the safekeeping. That one was in June of 2023. And that one we have the transcript of. And we did a read through of that. You'd have to just go back in the playlist and find that. So I don't remember what the question was. So those are the two that I don't know which one it was though. But those are the two. Okay. Let me go back to chat now. We're crowdfunding. I was just trying to get we're gonna have to crowdfund for the rest of the July, August, and the trial transcripts. I do still have a separate account that has transcript stuff in it. Transcript funds. I have to go back and look at how much is in there now. I think it's like a couple $100 from what we have left from the last transcripts. So, but she's out of the office again anyway. She's in court.
Which also makes me not understand how she got out a transcript if she's not even there.
She was there. She was there this morning.
Oh, and then left this morning?
Yeah,
so she went in.
I can tell you when she was there and when she wasn't. Let me pull it up. I have that message too.
Not for nothing, but this lady and Sharon take more, like, they're off more often than anybody I've ever met. I mean, good for them. I'm sure it's paid.
She court.
But also, then she shouldn't be charging. So if Frank does have the 1028 hearing, then she shouldn't be charging you $5.75 a page for that hearing.
She's not. Well, I don't know. It's only like $80
for 10 pages. That's five. She is charging $5.75.
I don't even know if is it 10 pages. I have no idea because it's not done yet.
I'll tell you
It's,
exactly what it is because she sent me the email.
it's an estimate between, I'll tell you, hold on, let me find that now. It'll be between 57 and 86. That's
Yeah.
for the initial hearing.
Yeah. So 10
And it has to
pages
be
at
prepared because it's going to
575.
take 2 to 3 weeks.
10 pages at 575. $57. So it's 10 to 15 pages or whatever, 10 to 20 pages. She's charging $5.75 a page, 100%.
Okay, well that'll be interesting. Well, I'll email her about that. I guess I don't know. I had to find out because the whole thing from Carroll County was that they aren't the keeper of that record any longer, that it had to go through Jody. So I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see.
It
We'll
would be
figure it out.
strange though for Jody to retype it all up if somebody's
If it's
already
already
typed it.
done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll send her an email on it and see.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so like there's multiple transcripts that are kind of in the discussion right now. So I just want to go over them really quick so that there's clarity on what we're discussing. The transcript of the initial hearing on 10/28/2022 is being made according to Jody. It's going to take 2 to 3 weeks, according to Jody, and the deposit has been made because she won't take the full payment until it's done because she doesn't know how many pages it's going to be, right? So that's kind of that whole thing. So that part is in the works. July, August, we only got the transcripts for what the defense requested because that's all she was going to make, and she didn't have time to do the rest of the transcripts from that point on because it's a public request versus a lawyer request, and lawyer requests have to come first. So she said that she'll make the rest of the July, August hearing transcript, and then since nobody else has requested it, we have to pay the $5.75 per page for that. Then the third thing is the trial transcripts, which,
And I want to say we're still missing a lot from the July one. Like we're still missing Clicks and Murphy's. And I think she said we're not going to get Walla's. Amber, I think, did Taylor Hornaday, I can't even remember. Did she also testify? If so, we are missing hers also. Like we're missing a
we have
lot.
a list of who we're missing. They won't give us Walla from July, August. Remember,
Even
that was
though
the
it was
one
a
they would
public
not
hearing.
give us. The defense did request Walla, but she said we couldn't have it.
Right.
So trial transcripts, we already have our requested. It's already noted, but I don't want it until after it's made for appeal because then we can get it for $1 a page. So I didn't. She said she could start making it, but I said no. Worry about making the rest for July, August, and then we'll wait and get the official request in for trial transcripts after they're made for the appellate court, because then they're only $1 per page. The exhibits, which is how we got into this whole thing to begin with, the judge has decided that nobody will get the exhibits because she believes they need to stay organized for the appellate record. And by giving them out to the public, it would create some type of disorganization. We don't have a clue how that even makes sense, but that's what she's saying.
I think that it was you. It may have been if it was somebody else, I hope they're here listening. At one point, we requested exhibits. Maybe I'll check my emails. We requested exhibits from the trial, and we were told that none of those were going to be released to the public because the press was given time each day to look at them and report on them. Was that you? Me and you?
We were talking about it, yeah. We were talking about it on a live, though. We were talking about that. Why can't we have the ones that were already put out to the public?
No, like we got a response. Like, let me see. Now I have to figure it out. I'll have to go check my email, but we got a response.
The one you sent me?
Not yesterday. This would have been, I don't know, a month ago after the trial, requesting trial exhibits. And we were told that the judge said that none of the exhibits were going to be released because the only like public opportunity that they would have was when they let the media look at them after each trial day. Now I gotta go find the email. I'm hoping it's in my email. I'm pretty sure I am the one who she emailed.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. We're going to keep asking.
November. Okay, I think it was November.
Okay, so while you're doing that, so we were talking about the FOIA request, like through the sheriff's department, through the prosecutor's office, through Delphi Police Department, through the FBI, all of those, any of those FOIA requests go straight to that agency. And for whatever reason, from my understanding, I haven't followed everybody who's requested, but the ones I have followed that have requested are getting like responses from Nick, even though the request is through like the sheriff's department. And he's saying that they're not giving them out. So Gold just basically what she's done is because people are requesting through the different agencies, which they should be doing, and requesting through Jody for exhibits, which they should be doing, all for public access, which is accurate, which it should be. And now Gold is essentially telling them, here, tell everybody this. And they're copy and pasting it and sending it out and saying, no, we're not putting anything out for until after this, because we want to keep this appellate record organized. But that has nothing to do with anything that they have. Yeah, I agree with that. Anyone should be able to walk into that courthouse and get the entire transcripts without any questions. It was a fucking public trial, even though they tried to ban the public from it. Correct. I was not denied the transcripts. They're just not made. So I have a request in for the trial transcripts after she makes them for the appellate team, because I don't want to pay $5.75 for each page of the trial. I want to pay $1.
Hmm. Mm.
If you want to write them up, they would be out yesterday. I know. They really would be.
It baffles me that like when I saw the sentencing transcript, like I don't even care who got it. Like I don't even care. What I do care about is how anybody's getting it when we're literally still waiting on transcripts from July and August that we were told would be done in October. It is January of 2025. Like, what? Why are you even working on? You should be working in order. Why are you even working on sentencing transcripts when you're not done the other ones yet? Especially if you're working on putting together a thing for the appellate attorneys.
Well, from my understanding, that's her whole thing, was she's working on everything for the appellate attorneys.
Okay, so how is she at the very last thing that was done, the sentencing?
Probably because it was the easiest, so maybe she just did it.
Why would that
And
be
I don't
easy?
know. I haven't watched anybody who has it or read it, so I don't know. But I don't know how many pages it is. But if that person is the first one to request it, then they pay the $5.75
It was
a
like
page.
30 pages or so, but like 90% of them was victim impact statements, which we've already read. They were given to the media. We've seen them.
We haven't seen
And
all of them.
yeah, we have.
I don't have the cousin.
What's his name? His last name?
Link?
Yeah, that's out there. How do you not have that?
I don't have that one.
Josh Lank.
Yeah, Junior.
Yeah, that's out there. It's been out there. Yeah, we have
I
them
don't
all.
have his. I have
I thought
Grandma
someone was sending you
Erskine's.
that.
I have Becky's. I have Mike's.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have another
Carrie's.
one. I have Carrie's. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
have. I don't have Josh Link's.
Yeah, he's
And
the
I don't
only
know.
other one.
No, Grandpa Link or Grandpa Erskine didn't do one.
I don't think so.
Okay, so it's 34 pages for 195.
Yeah, but then he was also saying that he had to pay Frank like $45 each way in gas to go get it. So he's like, it's like $300 just for this one transcript.
What?
Yeah, he was like, I basically paid $300 for this one transcript because I paid $200 for the transcript itself, and then I had to pay Frank $45 to drive out there to get it, and then $45 in gas to drive back. So really, it cost me like $300. So if anybody wants to reimburse me, it cost me $300 for one transcript of 35 pages because
Damn.
he wants.
So
He's
so whoever paid for that, it's the five. So at 195.50 is the 575 per page. So he paid for the first copy of it, even though I'm pretty
correct.
sure they're going to need that for the appellate record anyway.
Yeah, he
So
did. He Gray
he
said
paid.
he paid it and he paid for gas. And he wanted reimbursed for all of that. He was
Okay.
hoping to be reimbursed for all of that.
All right. Well. All right.
But also, I've never gotten a transcript that had a like receipt on it. Have you?
No.
Like she sends me the email, she tells me how much it is. I email her back, I tell her okay. She gets paid, and then I get my transcript. And the file that is sent is only the transcript. Somehow the first page was like basically a
A
receipt
receipt?
is not that's not the word that I'm looking for, but like a
Invoice?
invoice. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
That said how much it was and then like the total balance owed. And I thought, I've never been allowed to pick up the transcript until the whole balance is paid. According to this, it says he has a balance. Catastrophe.
Yeah, but you could pay that in cash. You could pay that in money order. You could pay that in cashier's check, whatever.
Right. But then why does your receipt say you still owe money?
If she'd already printed that before she handed it to him, you know what I mean?
You know what? It's really funny. You know what it looked like? It looked like if I was going to make the emails that she sends us into an invoice, like just write out what she says, the estimated number of pages and whatever, how much the down payment is, blah, 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 blah. That's what it looked like. But it was with like, it wasn't like a separate thing. It was attached to the transcript like she did it. So maybe she's doing that now. I don't know. Maybe so she don't accidentally send something for the appellate people to somebody else. I don't know. It looked different than anything that I had seen, but it also had that big thing on it.
Well, so I've had him pick. So I have a friend of mine who lives right there, and they picked him. They picked them up, and then we worked it out where now she can just drop off the cash, and Jody just sends me the PDF, which is way easier because my friend was having to like go. Luckily she had a friend who could scan everything in for us, but so now she just sends me the PDF of them. But it's still required you like go there in person and pay.
Not anymore.
Okay, so let me see. So
yeah, now you can mail her whatever.
So she sent me. I got the copy of that invoice. To me, this is
Someone sent it.
This is the down payment to secure preparation, $115. Total amount is still due. This is probably printed before it's picked up, if that makes sense. And so the remaining $80.50 is brought in and a physical exchange.
I'll give you this when you give me that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is already on there for a total, probably just for Gray may have asked for that because of tax purposes.
Maybe.
I don't ask for it, so.
What, like a write-off?
Well, yeah, because I mean that's what you like. Yeah, if you like for tax purposes, like I have to put in like all my stuff that I pay for, so I have to track it.
Well, you mean for this?
If it's for my channel, yeah, I would have
Oh, I
I
see.
would need a receipt for it.
Well, that makes sense. But because also he does collect, like, he supposedly makes donations and stuff. So I would assume that all of that needs tracked also. So
Probably.
maybe you're right. But if you buy like a microphone, you can write that as like a business
Yes,
expense or whatever.
like yep, all of it.
So when we pay the $50,000 for trial transcripts, are you going to be able to write that stuff off?
Well, I don't ask for receipts. I probably should. I mean, it's a
I
smart
think
move
you
doing
should,
it for. If
especially if
that's what he's doing it for. I think it's a good idea. I just don't. I've never done it. I probably should, but I mean,
I
I have the documentation when she sends it, like this is how much it is, and I have our correspondence, but I don't have a physical receipt. So I mean,
I would
I think it's smart if that's what he did.
I would get that because when I'm thinking about like $300 is one thing, but like I'm just thinking because like do you
For
have
the
to pay
bigger one,
taxes at the end of the year on the stuff that you get, like super whatevers and stuff?
yeah,
Okay, so if people are donating via
it just depends on how much I make.
right, so if you start fundraising for trial transcripts, let's say, and people are donating via these things, which it really isn't the best way, but let's say
No,
they're sending it to Cash
for
App. Let's just
transcripts
say.
and stuff, I prefer it to go to like Cash App, PayPal,
Right.
that kind of stuff, because otherwise YouTube you're giving me $100 and YouTube's taking 35 of it.
Yeah, no, yeah. So let's say you do a Cash App, but you raise $15,000 for transcripts. You should not have to pay taxes on that $15,000.
Well, no, I wouldn't.
But if you write it off,
Right.
so I would absolutely get every receipt from Jody possible.
Yeah, I should do that. I mean, that's just like I don't have any issue with that. There's a receipt. He
Yeah.
probably did it on purpose, and it's not a bad move. So,
Well, okay, so let me clarify. It's not a bad move. My thing was telling everybody exactly how much it costs plus the gas, and now I need to get it reimbursed. It's kind of like if
well,
it's
lucky for
over a
me,
certain amount, I do that.
my friend lives next to the Allen County Courthouse, so I don't have anybody driving like Frank Meister had to drive. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know where Frank lives.
So closer to like Andy, according to somebody in chat.
I still don't know what that means. I don't know how
Okay.
far that is.
I don't know.
I won't go to Indiana, so
Yeah.
the distances I don't. It's all too close to me. So.
Oh, free Ricky Bay's putting in pledges. Is Amber Hearding it right now? So anyway, I mean, it is what it is. So,
But now I'm glad we brought this up because if you're going to do that for trial transcripts, I would kill me to see like something happen where you ended up having to pay a bunch of taxes on something like that. That would kill me.
right, and it just sucks because here's the thing: it's like so many people. We went through this with the July hearing stuff, and it sucks because so many people want to read the transcripts, and now the multiple people are going to want to like fundraise for it. That's just so much fucking money instead of like I said, we did this with the July August.
That was I still am I
don't
can't
care.
even
Like
believe that was
for
a
me,
thing.
it was like let's just do it together and everybody get them, and it turned into a fuck fest. I don't even
It was
know.
bizarre.
Yeah, it was just really
It
bad.
was greedy, to be honest. If I'm being fully honest, it was greedy, and it was a lot to be asking of people because you have to consider that there are people here who are watching multiple different channels, right?
Right.
So why should Judge Jessica, in an effort to try to get the transcripts because she wants to see what's going on, feel obligated to donate $10 to 5 different channels instead of just $50
And
to
that's why I thought
one
we would
place?
just pull our resources and do it, but I mean, it is what it is. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm all for that. If there are people, no matter what side of whatever you're on, like I am for that. I just think that it's easier. I think it costs people less money overall when everybody just gets things and shares them. But that's me. So, it is what it is.
What did we get? I can't even remember what transcripts did I put the Secret Service stuff on?
That's the motion to dismiss.
Oh, okay. So that one. Like, I don't even know. Like, I
Yeah,
feel like it
absolutely.
was like $800 to like $1,000. And like, we did it and we got it. We did put, um, I mean, me personally, I didn't put Sleuthy Goosey on it. I actually, when I put the Secret Cervix thing on there, my hopes and dreams was that like the news wouldn't be able to get it other than that copy and have to
Right.
put like the Secret Cervix up on the news. That was
Well,
my
that's what I
hope.
said. I did that. Like the ones I paid for out of my pocket have my transcript or have my watermark on them, and I get that. Like I understand why people do it. I get it. But like the ones that the next one, like what was it? I think it was actually no, because I did the safekeeping one or the motion to remove the safekeeping order. I
Yes, it
paid
was
for
a
that.
cervix. Is DB saying he's never seen the Secret Cervix logo?
No, he wants to know what is a cervix. DB doesn't know
Oh,
women's anatomy.
no, he said, what is a, oh, what, I
What
was
is
reading,
a
was it
cervix?
a cervix? I don't know. I watched this gay guy. Oh my God, what is his name? I watched this Christian, um, I think he's like mainly a TikToker maybe, but he's on YouTube. Christian Hull, maybe? Let me see. The reason I bring this up is because like he's a gay guy anyway, but like his videos are hilarious. All of them are hilarious. But he did one where it was like identifying different parts of a vagina, like, or there was like internal and external. He stood there like trying to get all the right answers. It was so fucking funny. Oh, it is. I was right. Christian Hull.
Catastrophe says it was a beautiful work of art, that secret cervix. Am I gonna strike people that use my transcripts with post my logo on them? Yeah, don't put that in a Google Drive because I'll get your Google. No, I just
Can
don't
you?
care.
I
I
still
just don't
cannot
care. I want
believe.
everybody to have all the information that they can have. I just don't care about that. Like I said, I've only ever watermarked stuff I paid for out of my pocket, and I watermarked something that somebody sent me and they asked me to watermark it. That was it. That's all I've ever watermarked. I won't, if I don't pay for it out of, if it's free, why the fuck am I going to watermark something that's free? Number one. And then number two, if
Mm-hmm.
you crowdfunded for it, I didn't feel right because there was tons of people that were contributing when we were under the impression that we were working with all sides to get it. And so I was like, I'm not going to watermark that and then them not be able to have access to it because now we're fighting with another channel apparently that we didn't even know we were fighting with, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I'm not going to watermark any of it because I don't know whose subscribers, you know what I mean? Like, and you don't see my air quotes, but I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't know. Well, when I did
I.
watermark it, one of the first ones, somebody tried to remove the watermarks and act like they paid for it.
Yep.
And we knew they didn't because there was some hidden things that happened to the pages that only we knew about.
Yep.
And so we knew that was our
Oh my
copy
God, I
because,
forgot about this.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's so
another reason
funny.
the whole Delphi trial sub hates me, but whatever.
You know, so a long time ago, there was a particular person, okay, that would, and it's a very well known person. I won't say her name, but like I would post something on Twitter and she would literally, instead of just retweeting or quote tweeting what I said, wouldn't say a word about it. So I post and then would literally take my screenshots like from my post and put it on her Twitter page and then start talking about it.
You can
And
copyright strike it.
so listen,
Be like, that is mine. I am the owner of this, and you cannot. You
so
cannot take her. Is that
listen,
who it was?
maybe. So it got to the
Oh my
point
gosh.
where people were like, "What the fuck?" Like I went through and I saw that every single time you did it, like every single time, like people started going to those tweets and saying, "Are you going to say anything about Sleuthy?" Because she literally posted this like 5 minutes ago. You had nothing to say about this, and now it's. So I was like, stop saying stuff. Like, don't. I literally don't even care. It's so petty, but like it was funny. So every time someone would send me a tweet with what was clearly my post, and she would just take the screenshots and do it instead of going and getting her own. And we would just laugh about it. Well, then they were like, somebody said to me, she says, "You need to mark it." I said, "I'm not going to mark it because I am not one of those people who will like get a PCA and then put my fucking watermark on it like it was not free to me and available to literally anyone who asks for it. Okay. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But what I did do was put a goose somewhere on the page, and I turned the what do you call, like, how you can see how visible it is? What's it called? Like, if you're in Canva,
Transparency.
the opacity or whatever.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I turned that bitch all the way down to like what I mean, you could barely see it. And I started marking each of my screenshots before I would post it. I would make, and it was always in a different spot, and it was always in a spot where you couldn't crop it out. And I mean, I turned it way down, and that's how we caught her.
You're like that. There's a goose. There's a goose there.
Because she would say to people comment, she would be like, I did not take this from Sleepy Goosey. I literally found this on my own. Well, we found the goose.
She took, I can't even, this just kills me every time I even think about it. She took DB's fucking tweet.
Oh my God, and brought it on her show. Her secret source brought her this extra secret information, these Google searches.
Like, you guys are not going to believe this.
What a fuck it. You gotta be kidding me. How lazy can you be?
Are you joking? Like, even if you read the comment of the tweet, you knew that it was.
It was this.
True. It's really true. Oh God,
yeah.
That was the best. That was the best. 1960. Oh man.
Yeah, she was so. I was not.
Normally, but I had to play that clip of her doing that because she was so fucking serious. She was like, "Oh yes, like this is the info that I have. Like, this is crazy."
I thought I was in like another world. Like I thought she was joking. Like somebody said that to me. I was like, no. She's not serious. She cannot be serious. And she was like, yes, she is. I'm like, no, there's absolutely no way. And then I watched it and I was like, how is she reading this and not like, if you didn't even like review it, maybe. Okay. But then like, as you're reading it out loud, at some point, don't you say, hold on a second. This can't be real.
My fear is Jerry Holman really a cop?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And she's like, that's funny. And it's like, ma'am, how do you think he knew about Jerry Holman back at, like, are you kidding me?
Oh my God, that's amazing. That is amazing. It was so fun. We got some good time.
Yeah, she went on and on for quite some time until I started just leaving those tiny, and they were pink. I had like a template for it.
That was such an iconic moment. It really was. And then you have her taking your stuff. She's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. She's an interesting one. She was really FBI, yeah. Yeah. At least I'll have something to work. Oh, post-punk mama. Tomorrow we have, is that the tweet? You know, I can't click on it from here, but that's gotta be the tweet.
Wait, how do I copy and paste? Oh, I can't copy and paste.
You can't do anything in StreamYard. You have to go to regular YouTube to do it, and I don't have my channel up right now to do it. Can't do shit in StreamYard.
Send it to me on Twitter, DB.
What was I gonna say? Oh, tomorrow Sleuthy and I are gonna do the read through of. We may have a special guest come in and help us. Somebody messaged me and wants to volunteer, DM'd it to us in Discord.
Yeah, how do I find, oh, here, private chat.
Oh God, this is the fucking best.
That would be this video and what you know now of my story of the almost translucent goose on her stolen tweets.
Right, I'm gonna wrap
I won't say a word after this video. Okay. This is an excellent way to end it. Oh,
this is perfect. This is perfect. Okay. For anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, she's so fucking serious too. It just kills me. Oh shit.
Look at that. That is a serious face.
She's dead serious. I mean, like, there's no going back here. I don't even know. Did she ever even like? address this later? I don't even know if she did. I don't
I
know
think
why.
she says like, ha ha, very funny. And then like, not a big deal. But meanwhile,
Okay, so
this is terrifying.
Ooh, Ashley Garth has an appeal this month. Well, everybody can request their appeals, but let's see. I mean, it is an uphill battle. There's no doubt about it. Nobody's saying it's everything's a guaranteed thing. Here you go.
I also
Okay.
just want to be clear before we play this, in case anyone's confused. We were all talking about the same person all along. This is the one we had to booby trap that was taking my tweets.
Yes. So DB makes a post on Twitter and is super serious because if you guys know anything about DB, like that's how he'll roll. So, it was just for fun. Everybody in the comments of the tweet are like laughing and you can tell it's a joke. But
It is really her hair.
Everybody gets it.
That is her hair.
Sudden,
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
we have a motion. We have a motion to look at Google searches, okay? I think I have what the Google searches were for. I think so. I'm going to hold them up here. You know, if I'm wrong, again, please correct me. It's hard to tell because so many people are reporting on this. This is what I think he searched.
And this is what she thinks is hard to tell if it's real or not.
Glare. I love the windows in this place, but the glare is terrible. Okay, I'm going to hold it still. If anybody wants to take a picture. Oh, okay. I'm going to read it.
Who wants to take a picture?
Why is Steve Mullen still employed, right? Steve Mullen ended up being a investigator, I believe, for the
Wait, pause.
Not.
I just want to clarify before she reads them all. What she believes that this is are Google searches made by Richard Allen, like back before he was arrested. So when she's reading this, she thinks Richard Allen was Googling this stuff years before. What was it? Steve Mullen still a cop?
Why is Steve Mullen still a cop?
Okay, so before Richard Allen ever met Steve Mullen, he was Googling, why is Steve Mullen still a cop? That's what she thinks.
Is this even the full clip, though? Because I feel like it's longer.
Particularly for law enforcement. So that's a question of his. Is Jerry Holman really a cop? That one cracked me up. That told you his impression of his as a law enforcement officer, which I got to tell you, and I've read everything that was said or written regarding his two interviews. That is 101, how not to interview.
Wait, where's the rest?
He doesn't have the rest on the clip. That's what I was saying. Like, this is a whole thing.
DB, did you sound like the...
Oh, damn it. Now I'm going to have to go find the fucking thing.
Wait, you're in the thread, aren't you? I feel like...
Yeah, I'll just go to her channel, though.
Well, how do you know which one it is?
I think I know which one it is.
How do you know a timestamp?
She's
like, that one made me laugh. Like, she actually read it prior to this.
And she was like, yeah. She's like, well, that one was a big deal because, I listened to everything that they've said, or I've read everything they said about Jerry Holman. And, it's like 101.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case.
So I heard that, but I didn't see it, and I don't know what's happening.
Because I don't have it on that screen yet. I'm going to...
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for the spot. Yeah, because it's way longer than that. Because she's super serious this whole time.
She reads them all.
Let me see if this is it.
Because I don't think they have it. He supposedly told Dr. Walla, and I'm going to try to do this verbatim, at least from what I read, which is secondhand, as I've discussed. I'm a sex addict. Basically, he dreamed about this age of girls and sexually raping them.
No.
Come on. Where is the evidence in all his phones? He wouldn't just be a sex addict one minute and not the other. I want to see it.
I have the right live, but I don't know the timestamp. So let me see. If somebody in chat says it, tell me because I can't see that screen.
I'm looking.
I feel like it's towards the end, but I don't know. God, she takes her fucking glasses on and off like 50,000 times.
Well, that's because she needs it to read, but she doesn't need it to see herself in the computer screen.
Can't believe he doesn't have the full clip though.
No, I swear he did.
I thought so too. I thought he actually
Because
said
there's
it to
no
me.
way I went and watched her live. Like, I know I've seen the whole clip, and there's no way I watched it on her page.
What is this? What is she showing here?
DB
No.
said he's trying to reconstruction the angle of the sun on her back wall to match it. And woman
No,
said she's calling the police.
who is?
Woman doing chaos.
Why is she calling the police?
I think on this atrocity here.
This is the right live. Son of a bitch.
You guys are funny. It's a joke. She said you can't even take a joke anymore unless it's a tip.
I could take a tip.
A tip for the clip.
I don't know. I can't find the timestamp, but I know this is the live. It's the same. It's her exact same angle. She's wearing the exact same shirt. Her hair is the exact same.
DB sent another link that he knows we once again cannot click. And I would think that it is to a clip.
Oh, he has to do it in Discord. But I don't know the timestamp of it, so I can't.
Now other people are going to look. See, everyone
Look at
said they
what-
refuse to leave until you find it and play it.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Hold on.
Sent to have chat help. Oh, so everybody else is going to look. So everyone's going to leave here to go find it on Coffin Delver's thing.
Okay. Let me scroll back up.
Jen, there's
I'm
no
telling
way
you,
that she,
it's live. It's got to be this live.
there's no way she knows how to edit out a clip. Well, all you got to do, Teresa, is look for the part where she puts the phone up to the camera.
I did. So she does it, but it's not. It's this.
This
Is that the same
is
video or
not
not?
the same.
She's wearing the
Keep
same
going.
shirt with the.
She probably has the same shirt.
It's like literally the same. No. Yeah.
So does she have a necklace on in that one?
Yeah. Same necklace. Same shirt. Same necklace. Same little hair stragglies. Same
So
light
keep
on
going.
the pole.
Keep going further.
I did. I didn't see it.
Oh my God, do you think she clipped it out? She must have literally hired somebody. Catastrophe said 31 minutes. 31 minutes. October 31st, 31 minutes in. Everybody's saying 31 minutes. They found it faster than you, Teresa.
Oh, fucking A. October 30th. Is that right? October 30th?
31st.
October 31st?
Post Punk Mama said October 31st, 31 minutes in.
No way.
3106. The 31st of October.
No, it's this one.
They're saying it's the 31st. You were wrong.
But this is her next live. And she's wearing a blue shirt. And she's got guests.
So go to the 30th and
That's
go to
this one.
31 minutes. What's she saying? We can't hear her.
And by line. Then I ask them to read it. And then I read it. And then we go once, you have the right to remain silent. And we have, if they did their job right, where is it? Where's his sadistic killing videos? I'm a sex addict. Basically, he dreamed about this age of girls and sexually raped. Sure of, they better have looked at all of it. They need to go back to study and go to school on how to conduct an interview. How about the fact that there was nothing about his Miranda. That they said, oh yeah.
They said that they think she clipped it out because the chat replay is gone.
You have a piece of paper. This is how we do it. We, meaning in the FBI. You not only have a Miranda warning, you read it to them line by line. Then I ask them to read it. And then I read it. And then we go once, you have the right to remain silent. And we have them initial that right on a piece of paper. And then I have that, I put that in my 1A envelope. And
See, that's
She
not
got
the
rid of
same
it.
thing.
Apparently
That's
she clipped it out because the live chat is gone.
No, that's
No,
just
what?
not available for this video. This is under her lives. So this is a live. Otherwise, if you clip it and you put it back up, well, at least I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Fuck. Maybe I don't know.
I think that when Angela asked what we're looking for the full clip of when Coffindoffer read all what she thought was the Google searches.
we, meaning in the FBI. You not only have the Miranda warning, you read it to them line by line. Then I ask them to read it. And then I read it. And then we seemingly attack. It was smoother. Maybe it was not.
Yeah, this. You can edit lives and then it just gets rid of the live chat.
In my the small amount of time as when you shoot a bullet and it quickly ejects, right? Extraction and ejection mark.
Oh,
No
we
way.
did watch the full.
Inside, deny she's an full marks. Velocity,
I know
right?
the
It's just the
full
movement
thing
of your
on
hand
when
has been
I
in war
watched
rooms
it
and
originally. I
to
just had
prison. And
no
he's probably
idea
going
when the
to
hell
be
that
done
was.
manually 1994. Now, from 94,
No,
over,
it's not here.
duplicate it. We're going to image it. We're going to give it right back. We'll have it back to you tomorrow.
But this is the
Let's see.
same live.
Does everybody know there was a belt found under that bridge? Because they were all taped over, as far as I know. They set the date range. It's 70 recordings, as I recall. 70 recordings. That is not incompetence, people. I think that goes beyond incompetence.
I don't know. I got nothing for you. Okay, let me see what you guys said.
You can send it literally anywhere. Send it to my Twitter, send it to Discord, send it wherever. Send it on Facebook.
Yeah, I just have no idea what live that would have been on. I have a shit ton of Delphi lives.
Post
I
Punk
guess-
Mama downloaded the whole thing to her phone. Coffindoffer's thing, I think.
I guess I could go to my videos. Let me go to my videos.
October
around-
31st,
around
maybe.
October 30th.
Yeah.
And see. Okay, let's see. How many months ago was that? 2? Was it during? It was during trial. So let's see what date this is.
Not day 1. October 31st would be like day 10 or something.
Okay. Let's try that. God, that's a fucking 4-hour video. Let's see the date. This is the same day. Did we do it the same day?
Well, if her live was on the 30th, this is the 30th?
This is the 30th.
So DB's thing was the 31st. His tweet.
So I think it's going to be after that. Okay. So let
Yeah.
me go. What I do? What day did I
That
just
was
do?
day 10, so go to day 11.
Let's go to day 11. God, these are so fucking long. Oh, is this might be the infamous white van video. I think it is. There you go. There's the
Yeah,
white
because
van.
that photo I had somebody
It
send me
actually might
earlier.
be
Yeah.
It might be this live.
Is this what they were saying 31 minutes in?
On my video?
Yeah, maybe.
No, we're looking at sketches. Oh. Wait. No, this is the same clip. I play it from here. Did I go play it after? Let's see. Coffindoffer, retired FBI.
Talk to interview.
That's right. I mean, that's not like it's so bad because she's like, she's talking about like how bad a woman is. She's like, that one made me laugh. I a little bit when I read the, is Jerry Bowman really a cop? Because it's 101 on how to not be a cop. So like, I could totally. No, I only played his clip. He's like, I didn't play the whole thing.
I swear that
I thought I played the whole
DB.
thing.
I thought he had more. I thought he, or maybe Angela sent me the full thing because then I was like, is she serious?
I think I have what the Google searches were for. I think so. I'm going to hold them up here.
Don't do it,
No.
Coffindoffer. Don't do it.
If I'm wrong, again, please correct me. It's hard to tell because so many people are reporting on this. This is what I think he searched.
From before. I can't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just put it down. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. It's so bad. This is so bad. She's so fucking serious, you guys. I can't even handle it.
There.
I
Oh,
thought
I've
we
got a
watched
table
the
there.
whole
I love the
thing
windows in
too.
this place.
Your
It's very
issue.
terrible.
That's
Okay, I'm
not
gonna hold
your
it still. If anybody wants to take a picture.
Take a picture, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna read it.
Do it.
Why is Steve Mullen
Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so
Oh,
bad.
God.
Total secondhand embarrassment. I can't. It's so bad.
still
I'm
employed?
talking
Right,
really
Steve
bad.
Mullen ended up being a
He's so serious.
investigator, I believe, for the the prosecutor's office, not particularly for law enforcement. So that's a question of his. Is Jerry Holman really a cop? That one cracked me up. That told you his impression of his as a law enforcement officer, which I got to tell you, and I've read everything that was said or written regarding his 2 interviews. That is 101 how not to interview.
That's right. I mean, that's why I'm like, it's so bad because she's like, she's talking about like how bad a woman is. She's like, that one made me laugh. Like, I chuckled a little bit when I read the, is Jerry Holman really a cop? Because I don't know. I thought we played the whole
Oh
thing. 101 on how to not be a cop. So like, I was like, dude, expertise as an investigator, work in the criminal case against Richard Allen. I controlled her so bad. Hang my jersey in there. I swear, I don't know if she did. I don't know. I don't know if she knows it yet. I don't even know if she knows it yet. Maybe. Well, there's me. I'm just like, what the no fucking way. one of the mods can drop a link. You can get a link to deep. Go into this whole time. I played the whole thing. So, apparently we should really do an national law request. No, I didn't. Sorry, guys. I didn't play the whole thing. That's totally like Mandela effect shit right there, because I thought I did for sure. Oh, man. Oh yeah, this is when Cheryl McCollum became my arch nemesis about this stupid fucking white van. All right. They put DB on the mat for you. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Then I'm gonna wrap. We'll wrap it up. I think I peed myself that night listening to T Laugh. I remember not knowing what it was, and those of us who did were already losing it. You guys have done that to me a couple times. Yeah, see, we need the whole thing. Someone has to have it. Sleuthy, did Sleuthy fucking Irish goodbye me right now? Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. She did. Okay, so mañana. I'm not a cat. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. That, and it's a fucking goat. It's just a goat. No, it's a fucking goat. Tomorrow we will be doing the read through of the interview with the juror. So if you guys have not heard it, or you just want to be here for the commentary, please stop by. It'll be tomorrow afternoon, my time, closer to evening. Sleuthy's time. Nope, she's back. I was like, did you just fucking Irish goodbye me right in the middle of me laughing?
No, I thought I found it.
Oh.
And but then it like wasn't playing because you were like cutting in randomly. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna close this down. And then I checked, but it wasn't. It was just exactly what you had.
Damn it. Yeah, whatever. Somebody has the whole clip. They'll send it. We could probably play it tomorrow after we do the read through of the juror interview. So just come hang out with us tomorrow. We obviously did not get through the defense attorney's interviews. We didn't even finish Nick's. So maybe after we discuss more of the juror tomorrow, we'll go into the rest of some of the interviews. Otherwise, we'll continue to do that on Friday. Wait, no, Friday we're doing Cicero.
What is tomorrow?
Tomorrow's the juror. Thursday.
Okay, yes.
Friday we're doing Cicero. So we'll have some chats after we're done with both of those, and then we can finish talking about what the attorneys, what we learned from the attorneys. We can finish talking about what Nick had to say, and just, see what the hell's going on.
Okay.
I have to pee, like, so bad. I drank 2 Dr. Peppers while we were live, and I haven't peed. So I'm going to go and do that.
Yeah, please.
Thank you all for being here. I've missed you guys again. As soon as I was like, okay, we're back in action, I was like, no, California's burning down.
Yeah, we know.
So,
But nobody wanted to be that asshole.
yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I do what I can. So, but we'll see you tomorrow, and go enjoy the rest of your evening if there's anything left to it at this point. It's really late where Sleepy is, I know.
Mhm.
And thank you guys for being here. As always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here hanging out with us, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Have a good
Love you.
night.
Bye.
Love you.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows.